Hello, hello. Hi, Monoridia. Hi, Ro. Good to see you. Hi, Luna. Meow. Meow. Stream has new rules. I should probably actually review them. Does it? I don't remember what rules I have set out right now. I remember the behind every username is a human rule. But I don't remember much beside that. Oh god, it's June. Help. I've been away too long. Been away way too long. How are you all? Monoridia, currently listening to your latest song? As in, like, reviewing it before publishing it? Maybe Twitch is reminding me of those because it's a different system than I use usually. Potentially, yeah. I know there are definitely streams that I thought I watched, and then I think it's a difference between desktop and mobile, maybe. And the first time on mobile, getting warned, "Hey, you haven't read the rules yet." I'm like, "I'm sorry, what? I've been to this stream like 7 times." All right, I think everything is good to go. Let's see, we'll pause that and pause that. Good, good, good. Not really, not exactly. I already uploaded the song on YouTube and Bandcamp. Just listening to it on loop because it somehow sounds good. Oh, that's really good to hear. Actually, being able to listen to your own music without just like cringing and picking out every single mistake you made is, oh, I don't know if it's luck, skill, all of the above, but definitely something that I would envy. Let's see. Also, for anybody who hasn't, oh, wait a minute. That command doesn't work on YouTube anymore. Bloody hells. Oh, let's see. Let me copy that link. You're on the YouTube side. There you go. That's the Discord link. So if it's you'd like to join and chat and share things, there's a Looky What I Made channel, which is just everything that everyone in the Discord has made, whether it's visual art or auditory art or just cakes. I know Raven was posting cakes that that their mother made. It's really nice. Like their mother's really good at making cakes. Morning, Ben. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. It's good to see you. How's your day going so far? It is actually really morning-ish, isn't it? Feels so weird. Like a lot of days, I would be very much be struggling to get out of bed at this point in time. Let's see. I'm going to do this. There we go. Now the mic isn't blocking my sight. Is the voice still coming through okay? It's a slightly different mic position from usual, I think. It feels very morning out. Morning out, yeah. Morning out. What? I wonder if I could probably get some Lord of the Rings soundtrack for the streams too, couldn't I? Is that little vocal phrase there really reminded me of Lothlorien. Hi, Raven. Just talking about your mother's cakes. And weather's sunny but cold, which makes me feel like it's still the morning. Ooh, yeah. Although as the heat slowly comes on, we're going to be very much envying those cold mornings, I think. Cakes? Yeah, those cakes. Including the carrot cake. Which I am envious of. I haven't I mean, I haven't had cake in a long while, but especially carrot cake, it feels like I don't get a chance to eat carrot cake in... It's a rare thing. It's a rare thing. Granted, I think it's probably because I don't reach for carrot cake first. I probably reach for maybe cheesecake. Usually if I have a choice, it tends to be cheesecake, unless it's a Japanese bakery, in which case I'll often just go for like the vanilla cake, because with Japanese baking, we don't use frosting. We just use whipped cream. So it's God's, like, properly done whipped cream is just so good. And like I realize that frosting is probably a little easier to work with and lasts longer and all of that stuff. But it just doesn't compare to whipped cream. Not as hard as you imagined? That's good to hear. That's good to hear. No, we made small wedding cakes back at the cafe where I was working. So we did wedding receptions. And so a lot of the time, we would make small little wedding cakes that, God's, like, we got so much whipped cream. I mean, we used whipped cream for other things like crepes to, on the daily anyway. But it was, oh gods, if you ever try to use maple syrup in whipped cream, good luck to you. Whip it hard, whip it long. Longer than usual, I would say. Word! Hello, hello! What a pleasant surprise. Good to see you. For anybody who missed it, Word had a 24-hour stream yesterday, I think. And I joined her about, 28 hours ago-ish? Or 30 hours ago? And accompanied her on the last 2.5 hours of it. She was already pretty loopy by that point. It was Chat and I were making her rather exasperated at times. So anyway, about that horse, yes. Sadly, I don't think I have a bonk emote, do I? All of my bonk emotes are... Ooh, Banini has a good bonk emote. And so does Spite, I suppose. Yeah, and wait, did I say hi, Holly? Hello, Holly. Hi. Hey, Ben. Hello, hello. It's been about a day since I saw you. Welcome, welcome. Blame the furry game dev, not the Holly? Oh, is that what it was? Because I didn't get to see the game that actually spawned that whole thing. I had forgotten that Word was even doing a 24-hour stream until... Gods, sometime that morning, basically. I woke up 0200 last night. Sip? I will definitely sip. And munch. And stretch. All right, all right. I will properly take care of myself then. My traps really need the stretch, I think. Especially nowadays, because I'm not doing the violin, my traps don't really get much of a workout, and they just sit pretty much locked, completely contracted, and so it's, is it Tunic that was? Oh, thank you for the sub. Thank you. That's 4 months. No Tunk? I didn't get to see either. I was playing Tunk. Is that Tunic? Or Tunk? It's close and similar in design. Okay, that's going to get really confusing really fast. Oh yeah, oh okay, that is Tunic. Okay. We're spoiling it for Holly. Oh no. Tunic's one of those games that I've always thought of playing, but just never got around to it. It's I don't know if I have it in my library. I wonder. Do I have Tunic in the extended library? Tunic. I do not have Tunic in my extended library. I have None Holy, though. I suppose a Succubard playing a nun game, a sexy nun game, would be... Is that in character? I sort of want to play Armored Core 6 on stream, too, at some point, but... Haven, you have Tunic? Wait, a hype train... Okay. Raven, thank you for the sub. Thank you. Armored Core mentioned? Yes, Armored Core. It's, I am not a big mech nerd, but I definitely like my mechs, and Armored Core is, whew, Armored Core is good. And I have access to 6. Tries not to gush about my model. Oh. I actually got done with breakfast and wanted to go back and check how your model had progressed since I saw it an hour or 2 ago, but suddenly, when I looked, she wasn't drawing anymore. She was playing something. Wait, gift subs? Gift subs! Thank you. Let's see. Monoridia, you got a sub. Check out the cute emotes. She finished leggies and stuff? Oh, wait a minute. Wait, so do you have the... Oh, heck, we hype training? We are hype training. Hype train doesn't happen very often on here, but it's really nice when it does. Let's see. Anybody else want to renew their subs? Did she do the what do you call it? It's the bare feet in stockings thing? You and she were talking about that. You and her were talking about that? You were talking about that. She and you were talking about that. There we go. I swear I do words for a living, I think. Probably. Haven, I tried it, but felt a bit frustrated with the language thing. What language thing? Wait, what did I miss? Word, it's really fun, but it's frustrating at times. Some of the bosses are really hard. Sometimes there's an Amata sitting in your chat saying, "Come on, Word, you know this." Oh, for Tunic. Haven, are you frustrated with tunic in the language thing? Or armored core in language? Hi, Cramptonator. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Got any plans today? Plans today are mostly just, chit-chat and read. And that's really about it. Raven, once I get more financial stability, I'll give subs. No worries, no worries. Let's see. What is that? I wonder. Okay, good, good, good. The pre-rolls are off. Also, we're nearing 500 follows, which is... It feels weird. It feels really weird because, like, especially right now, because it used to be that my YouTube subs were way ahead of my Twitch follows for a long while. And I think by the time my YouTube channel hit 800 and something follows, and then I had to stop violin because of long COVID, Twitch was at, what, 300-ish? So Twitch has come a long way since then. You'll be the third 500 in our circle? Really? Who are the... I think you have 500, right, Holly? Who else does? Me, where'd you? Oh! Huzzah! Slowly getting there. Going up, and away? No, never away. Maybe up, but never away. Definitely going to drag some more people up with me if I can. Just a cozy little 500. Holly, you're nearing 550? 2 away? Ooh. That's good to hear. Oh, right. You danced over the 500 line a few times over a day or two, right? Just a cozy little 500. Oh, the cozy emote. They're so cute. I'm glad I have the cozy emote. Once I get more emote slots, hopefully I can get more of the more common and useful, what do you call it, emotes. I want a bonk, but I don't know if I can, like, I might have to get it commissioned, which is its own thing. It's like, Raven, something happened yesterday with me on Le Benini. Benini's channel? And did not know how the point redeem system works. Just realized I had more than 7k points available. What did I get? What did I get? Yeah. That's a fun little emote. Why? Is what it feels like. Why? Thank you again for everybody that contributed to the hype train. The bonk. Wait, whose bonk emote is that word? ISR. I don't know that one. Huh. Laser bilge. Huh. Beam burp? Wait, what? Holly, what's that? Raven, with your channel, I have 3k. Oh, yeah. You slowly just get them over time as you watch and chat, I think. And on my channel, I have them as... I think the ones that I have as redeems are... Hack! And kitty ears. And kitty ears. Okay. Thank you for the redeem pen. Oh, it was Holly that put the hat on. So my OVS is all the way in the right the right half of my right monitor. And so it's like really, really dancing on the on the edge of my peripheral vision. So I didn't even realize I had the hat on. Do I need to set up a meet me Creed her redeem for you? Creed? Creed? I will suggest a posture check redeem. Ooh, that is a good one. Word to which? Wait. Multipass. Multipass. I don't know what a creed is, or what creeding somebody is. Pretty sure Word has tens of thousands of mine. Yeah. It's adorable. Thank you. It's like I had to set one emote for T2 subs and one emote for T3 subs. I was like, okay, which ones do I see as like the least useful? Because I know Nova has the Nova sneeze, right, as the T3, or used to maybe, might be in the T1 now, but I figured I would just put the least useful but still novel ones. Over in the T2 and T3. Wait a minute, this music is Guild Wars Prophecies. Gwen's theme, no wonder. For anybody who's played Guild Wars 1, this is Gwen's theme. Sneeze stealing sea lion. Oh, Nova Sneeze is 5k bits? Is it now? Oh dear, oh dear. That's quite a few bits. Too bad you can't set emotes to like, I don't know, like 6 month subs? Oh gods. I'm sorry everyone, I need to take a minute to listen to this music because there's a lot of memories wrapped up in this. So for those who don't know, who didn't play Guild Wars 1, there is the first portion of the game is played in Ascalon in this gorgeous, gorgeous autumn setting. And you go around and you meet people, and especially Gwen is this little girl that you can give a flute to, and she, you can take her with you, and you know she just follows you around and heals you a little bit using her flute. But that's the very first, maybe 1/20th, 1/30th of the game. Just an introduction area. And then a calamity happens, and Ascalon is destroyed, and Gwen is seemingly dead alongside half the cast that you just met. And you can't go back to what is called pre-searing Ascalon. You can make a character and just stay there. And there's a good part of the community that had just enjoyed the vibes of pre-searing, that they just stayed there for, you know, just had a character that stayed in pre-searing, right? But it's, it had gorgeous, gorgeous music, and it had, of course, that's Gwen's theme. I wonder, is Riverside Province? This is another one of the tracks from Guild Wars 1. I don't think this is pre-searing, but... Oh. Okay. I'm going to stop gushing now. It's just, such a good soundtrack. Such a good game. One of the best that I've played, I think. Alright, so let's see. Creeding is, I send her the lyrics to One Last Breath by Creed via TTS via bit donations. Oh. I suppose I don't really have a TTS here, do I? Because normally I would have to turn all of the audio stuff off. Hi, Aurora. What's going on? Although I have thought of it, just if I could figure out how to turn the sound on and off for both redeems and TTS, so that we could have gaming streams and just chatting portions with sound on, and then the reading portions with the sound off. But I've never been good at the tech side of things, so I've dawdled quite a bit on working on that, unfortunately. So, like, one last breath. Do you just put it in portions, or do you just do the whole song's lyrics in TTS at once via bit donations? You can just toggle off and off any alert overlay that has TTS. Wait a minute. So you do a TTS redeem. Oh, so I could have the overlay enable the silent ones for the silent portion, and then disable the silent and enable the TTS ones for all the other times, and that would be in OBS, right? You do it in portions for the greeting? She's been greeting me for months. You do it well. We were dating even? Hoi. Word, I can help you if you need it. It'd be super easy if you ever want to do it. Yes, please. Let me throw you a message here just as a placeholder. There we go. And that way, there we go. Yep. And I will not check it. I will just leave that as unread so that when I go back to it at the end of the stream, I'll be able to go, oh, right, that's the thing. I suppose my phone and tablet will have that as unread too, but then I'll probably be somewhere else already, and you know how that is. Oh, I think did I miss something a little while back in chat? Oh, God's word, you have 62k Holly points? Oh, I can't even see. I have infinite hearts in my chat, right? That's how that works. I wonder who... Oh, right, posture check. Do we want to make a new posture check? I forgot how to do redeems. It's dashboard and then something, right? Dashboard viewer rewards, channel points, and then custom channel points, custom channel point rewards. Add new custom reward, and what did we put those? Are under the light green. What code is that? Oh well. Posture check. And what are those at? Like 300? Oh, having little images might be good for those too, I suppose. Only feature requests will skip the queue for review. Oh, that's... There we go. Oh no, those are 150. Those are 150. Sorry. I need to edit. There we go. Yeah. So that is on. There we go. Hi, Sky. Welcome. Hello. It's good to see you again. Kuno emotes. Sip? More sip. Okay, I can do the more sip. By the way, if you ever stream, get a closed container that can handle a straw. And use a metal or glass straw as well for comfort. But it's so handy. There's no screwing open a container. There's no messing with things. It's just you take the container, you sip, and you put it down. And you don't even have to really worry about the cats. How have things been, Sky? My water container holds 2 liters? I wish mine did. I haven't been able to get a good, like a large container that I like, which has been, I don't know, maybe I should ask that for my birthday. I haven't done my birthday celebration. I'm gonna celebrate my birthday like a month and a half out from my birthday. Ugh. Haven using a mason jar glass the other day while streaming. Yeah, that's effectively what I have in terms of size, and it has one of those bamboo lids with the rubber gasket, I guess, for the straw. Always nice to fall asleep here. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you find it comfy here. I know for me, it's even some comfy streams. It's like oddly specific about it, and it's some streams I just can't even relax. Like it's like, or I can relax but not fall asleep. Sometimes I can fall asleep but not really relax. It's so I take that as a high compliment. Altair, welcome, welcome. Very cozy. Oh. Oh. Wait a minute, are we back to Gwen's theme? We are. I thought the order was random. Oh well, I will never complain about hearing Gwen's theme twice. Holly, I drink water out of cupped hands, the sink like a savage. You know, I would totally do that if it wasn't downstairs, and if I didn't have, you know, chronic fatigue issues. Wait, I'll tell you, is this your first time? It is your first time chat. I thought I had seen, maybe I'd seen your name when you initially followed me or something, but it feels like I mean, name Altair at least is familiar. I know it's where it's from, but I thought you, as Altair, were familiar for me, but I don't know. Chronic fatigue buddies. Yeah, long COVID sucks. And I may or may not have spent 14 months streaming violin, making it worse and worse and worse. And even before that, potentially like another half a year of various like outside violin activities that eventually made it to the point where I could only stream. And so here I am, only able to read instead of violin. Yeah, that's, ugh. It's been a time. Chronic fatigue. Not even once, kids. Don't try it. I'm glad I'm familiar. I have a sink like 3 steps from my PC. Ooh, that is... You know, that's nice. That is really nice. I suppose in Japan, my sink was like 2 steps from my PC, but that was because I could... Like, the whole room was maybe 3 meters wide by, like, 10 meters long. And that included where I put the bed, where I had the dresser, my PC, my kitchen, my washer. No dryer. We hang stuff out to dry in Japan. Unless you're rich and fancy. And then the bathroom and the bath. And also the front door and the shoe area. And that was all in like a 30 square meter area. And ensuite? Oh, wait, so you have ensuite in your parents' house? That's actually really nice. Like I wish I had that here. Just because the room is large enough to handle it, I think, and I have 1 or 2 areas of the room that I don't use, but it's a fairly old place. So the room is wonderful, and it's large, and it's half the upper story, the 2nd story, but everything is downstairs. Our house has 4 bathrooms. Good gods. Wow. A little bit of envy here. Right, your sinks are all far away in the path. It's fraught piddins and buoys. Oh yes, the piddins and the buoys. One is trying to trip you up. The other is asking for walkies. So you should make your place in Minecraft or Classic Cube. I did that in my apartment to show friends. Oh. would be interesting. I don't even have a Minecraft account anymore because in the swap from Java to whatever the new whatever the new system is, I lost it. You know, the usual executive dysfunction. Hey, Haven, you want to get one of those the containers with the little, what do you call it? The straw gasket things? Or to use a hydro flask, but spill it a lot because it's a large space to drink out of. Spill it on myself a lot. Oh dear. Yeah. Honestly, having the straw is really nice. There's no like tipping, so it doesn't mess up the tracking either. Like when I'm sipping, it's just, and you can hear I sipped, but the tracking doesn't go haywire. Whereas if I sip with the mug's empty right now, but the tracking goes a little weird, right? The mason jar lids, yeah. I think I got a little pack of like 4 mason jar lids and 2 glass straws, something like that, plus a little straw cleaner. It works fairly nicely. You can't, like, I have to swap out the lids to a different one every day to let the old one dry, so that there's like, you know, the mold doesn't grow on it. But Microsoft also deleted MS accounts after 2 years of inactivity. Woof. Yeah, that's, oh yeah. Posture check. Thank you, Raven. Posture check. Oh, there we go. Oh, we talking models? We are. I know you're excited, Holly. Is it? So that artist is handling both the art and the tracking, right? And you're looking at like a week out for the finished model? Oh, you must be jittering at this point. Gods. You've been waiting for a few months now, right? 3 to 6 months? Everyone who saw it today was blown away? Ooh, that's good to hear. Katt and Word both were beyond shocked. Since February 21st, that's... Oh. I'm sorry. When I said 3 months away, I was imagining Christmas. Oh boy. Welcome to June. My dear audience. Oh. By the way, you're all here right now, and I have your attention, and I haven't read you to sleep yet, which is, you know, a thing. Collective name for the chat here. Any ideas? Because on Coffee and Patreon, the tiers are called listeners. There's the listeners, the cozy listeners, and the charmed listeners, right? It's just the 3 tiers that I have there. But it doesn't, like, it works, right? It's kind of like the hearts for the points here, but it's it doesn't quite, and you know that satisfying feeling that you get when something is just right? It doesn't quite have that. Lore keepers? Maybe. I didn't want to borrow too much enthralled. The enthralled? I would maybe use charmed. Enthralled seems a little too non-consensual. Well, maybe enthralled has similar vibes to charmed. I know charmed can be, like, in terms of games and status effects, it can be fairly forceful, but also has that a broader meaning of being, you know, something being charming, right? So that's what I used for the top tier, the people that support me with the most every month on Coffee and Patreon. But yeah, Lawkeepers, Enthralled, Charmed. if any of you have any good ideas, don't be afraid to tell me. Because me and names, I do not do names well. A friend and I set out to, we were making a guild, gaming stuff, right? And when we made it, we were thinking about a name for it for a week. And eventually we ended up with, oh, God. What was the name for it? The guild tag was N/A. Nameless. There we go. Nameless. Not the Nameless. The people had names. The game, the guild though, is nameless. A week, and that's what we got to. Raven. Oh, names for the chat, the listeners as a whole. Because generally, listeners feels a little too bland. And also with Elder Scrolls, the listener is very much a Dark Brotherhood term. Ochibi, oide? Hai, oide? Ochibi, oide, oide? Oide, oide? Ne? Hai, oide? Hai, iko, iko. おいでおいで。そっち行くの？はい。じゃあおいでおいで。Sorry, I was trying to convince my cat not to be in a certain part of the room. Word, gotta go drive and deal with insurance nonsense like an adult. Have a good stream. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for being here. And also, thank you for the subs and thank you for the sub and the gift subs. Thank you, thank you. Have a safe drive, Word. And thank you again. Yeah. Oh, so I forgot to mention this. Wait, did I mention this earlier? I did. I was on Word Stream yesterday. We had a lot of fun. It's a little, I would definitely call it 18 plus. But it's like 22 hours into her stream. You want to check out the VOD. Let's do a shout out here to Word. Oh, shout out Word to the UI13. There we go. Evidently, shout is not a command that Twitch recognizes. Oh, it's shedding season for cats now. I just realized I have to bring out the brush and make sure they're brushed lest they clog my PC fans. At the very least, my main air intake for the CPU not CPU, the computer is just the front panel, and it's just the whole front panel, and it has a really it has a decent filter on it, and so it'll catch most of what the cats want to throw at it. But Aurora, that's my mic. Please don't rub your cheeks on my mic. I know you want to. Here you go. Here's something to rub your face against. Actually, she was playing Oblivion Remastered. It's normally I accompany Benini on her first playthrough through Oblivion Remastered, but yesterday a little time with Word and had a lot of fun. And, fulfilled my obligations to my to the licensing bodies for bards and succubi. Got to make sure that those licenses don't get revoked. That's things I have to do, like an adult. All right, let's see. Oh, wait a minute. Does that not have? Is your computer on the floor or on a desk? On the floor, unfortunately. I don't have room on the desk at the moment. Unfortunately, a lot of the desk space is used for my mixer and my other audio interface and a couple other things. And also having it on the floor actually keeps it away from my mic, so the fan noises are easier to compensate for. But it does have unfortunately, the side effect that if I'm not careful, if I don't keep that part of the room fairly clean, that it can suck up a little more dust than might be healthy for it. But it's got a decent filter or two, so even the power, the PSU intake fan, or the fan intake, has a removal filter on it, so that I can just pop it out and clean it. So it's actually a really neat little setup. And also, rest of the eyes. Okay, so here's how this works, right? So basically, my long COVID speech therapist has said that so long COVID affects the eyes as well, and the whole optical system. And so the point of rest of the eyes is you look away from the computer, ideally 20 meters away, for 20 seconds every 20 minutes. Here, that's a little ambitious, so 20 seconds an hour, or more frequently, depending on how often people remember. And you don't have to do 20 meters away, but ideally at least 10. Let the eyes relax, just let the muscles around it relax, because they will get tense, and vary the focus between the very end and maybe some objects in between. For 20 seconds more if you'd like. You could do it for a whole minute. Or, of course, you could be sitting there outside on the porch with a nice mug of tea listening to this on some nice headphones. That is always an option. Perhaps your eyes don't really need rest, or perhaps you're resting your eyes, as in you're going to nap. Graptonator, I use a little side table just for my computer, but I didn't consider the computer sounds. Yeah. Being an audio artist, weird things start having to be contemplated. I actually thought of making a sort of a enclosure for my computer that has sound dampening material on the inside, so that any sound that actually escapes that area would already be heavily dampened. But the problem with sound dampening is that the thing that kills any sort of sound treatment is gaps. So it would have to be sealed, which is not good for a computer because you need airflow, right? So at the very least, I have some sound panels on top of my CPU case, partly for the sound dampening, partly so that when my cats try to use it as a stool, they're not, they're not contacting the main case. Their fur isn't getting on it or in it. There's a lot that goes on there. The other thing is that it's so if you have it on a little side table, the sound gets transferred through the table, and then the space between the table and the floor actually act as an acoustic chamber, as an amplification chamber. So that would actually, I would really need to do something if I were to do that to get it off the floor, which I have considered. And it's it's a good thing both for heat and for pets, but I would have to do something for, again, the sound dampening. The other is, I suppose, just distance. Having the computer a fair distance away from the mic. And here, I think we're working with about a meter, and the computer is also within So the mic will pick up sounds from the front about 270 degrees, so the front and sides, but not the back quarter. And that's why, like, keyboard sounds tend not to go through very well, or very much, which is really handy for when you're playing games and your keyboard is fairly loud, like mine is. Wish I had a softer, creamier keyboard, but function over sound, evidently. Raven, sorry, friendly reminder to take care of thine eyes, my lady. Of course, I appreciate it. It's a well-known fact that streamers cannot take care of themselves without chat's help. I do know of one creator that just calls chat chatty, as a collective noun, or as a collective name, but it's not so fond of that, unfortunately. Honestly, sometimes I kind of want to do just streaming chats. Like, just full on. Today is just not just stream, just chatting. Just the whole stream is just chatting. I know Reign of Raining, who is where is there? So she's a artist and gamer and streamer. But another trans gal. And she's, in the last few days, I think, finally awakened to the joys of just streaming chats. And here, of course, we get to chat, like do just chatting for a little while before reading, right? I think for hers, she goes into gaming or art just straight away. And so I don't think she ever really got to, can you redeem an arara? Of course, anytime. If I don't want chat to redeem something, I can actually turn off the redeems on the back end. So anything that is there, I am comfortable with you redeeming. Arara. Oh, that didn't come out quite right. Arara. There we go. Wish I had the, there's another model that this particular studio makes that has the hand where the base of the palm is at the chin and the fingers are just sort of cradling up the cheek a little bit. And just, head off to the side a little bit. And that's generally the sort of posture that I have when I say arara. But I don't have that particular toggle on this particular model, unfortunately. Nope, that's that. Nope, that's the tongue. Nope, that's the eyes. Is it this? There we go. I can do this, though. I haven't seen too many models that can do this. There we go. I love the voice, sorry. No, nothing to be sorry for. That's sort of the point of this stream, isn't it? Is the voice. No clicky blue switches for you? Ideally not. I did have a... my first... No, not my first, my second, I think. Mechanical keyboard was clicky. The first one was linear, just a super cheapo linear one. And that the linear part felt nice, but there were some issues with the keyboard itself and the construction and all of that. The second one was actually really nice low profile one, which I really like. I've always liked sort of the almost laptop keyboard style because I've been used to laptop keyboards most of my life. And I don't like the full press depth, but I could only get it in clicky. And this one I really like, but I could only get it in tactile. It's tactile, so they're optical switches, so they're not technically mechanical switches, right? They're optical switches, but the linear just feels like a linear. But they also make these switches which feel like a tactile switch, right? So there's that little bump. There's buildup in pressure, and then you go punk, punk, right? And overcomes that pressure. And I think part of it was that I was able to get it for about 30% off compared to the linear one. And at the time, I'm never swimming in funds. So, Starwind, welcome, welcome. Hello, hello. How's your day going so far? A work day for you, or are you getting a well-earned rest day? Cramptonator, I personally prefer the tactile feel. Yeah, a lot of people do, I think. For me, I think I prefer half depth linear or super, super light tactile. Partly because, so my fingers, my hands just get tired, right? I've done fingertip stuff for a living for my whole life now, right? Whether it's violin or other forms of music, I've played half a dozen instruments or more throughout my life, and my fingers, I've always had the specter of repetitive stress injuries, right, on my shoulder. It's just one of those things that sits there, and I have to pay it more attention sometimes, and sometimes I don't. But the more pressure something takes, the more work my hands have to do throughout the day, the more I start having to worry about it. Speaking of hands, I think I'm going to get my my compression gloves out because my hands are feeling a little iffy. But linear switches don't have that particular issue. They tend to be fairly light. They tend to have whatever pressure is needed is just basically the same pressure going all the way down. There's no extra pressure needed to initiate the downstroke. And also, since I've been doing fingertip dexterity stuff my whole life, the drawback that tactiles solve, or one of the things that it solves, of switches getting pressed unintentionally, isn't really an issue for me. I'm very, very aware of what's touching my fingertips and also how much pressure my fingers are exerting. But also, I do like the benefits of tactile. That feeling, the tactile feedback is something that I enjoy on violin, both for pressing it down, right, the string, but also for shifts. So on a violin, we have first position, which is all the way down at the bottom that we learn. Jinx, hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. By the way, Jinx Sanguimel. Sanguimel, where is that from? What is that from? Is that just a language thing? Or does that have a media origin? Or some other tale behind it? My lady should check audio. I get a bit of crackle sound on my headphones. Bit of crackle. Interesting. Does it sound like I'm peeking? Oh, wait a minute. I wonder if the T fair enough. I just like the bump. Oh, that you like the bump. Yeah, that makes sense. Was the crackle? Did you hear me pour tea? Because that may be what it was. Oh wait, it got quiet after you pick up something from the desk. So that was probably me pouring my tea and the noise filter badly filtering it. There's a good sound filter. The OBS built-in advanced sound filter is fairly decent. So let me turn it off here and see what you think. So this is without noise suppression. Is this okay still? Does the background noise bother anybody? Yes, maybe? Okay, that's good to hear. That does worry me, and I do appreciate when people tell me about the sound. Because I know I go to, well, that's something that I do for a lot of streamers when I go over to their streams, is just if they're having sound issues, if they're, not if they're having sound issues, in so much as they've identified it as an issue and are just bearing through it, but rather things that they don't realize, whether it's game sound and vocal volume balance, or co-streaming voice balance. That's another one that's fairly difficult to balance. A lot of people don't have like proper monitoring setups, right? Or might not even think about that very much. And things can look really loud on the sound bar in terms of how technically loud a sound is. And still be fairly soft. Oh, I need to run another ad break real quick. Just so that I can get the pre-rolls turned off. So see you in 3 minutes, Twitch. Jinx, it's the name I came up with for my VTuber persona, combining sanguine and the suffix mel that I use with different styles of mead. Really? So it is sanguine. Ah. So is sanguine something that you came upon as a from the theme of your VTuber? Or are we talking sanguine, Daedric Lord of debauchery? And what is it? And indulgence? Speaking of, I hadn't ever checked if you streamed or not. Oh, doesn't look like you stream. Sag. Oh well. That does make sense, though. And it's a good name. Sorry, sensitive hearing thing of mine. I hate that type of sound when it's not intended to be there. No, it's the same for me. Same for me. Oh, it's a rest day for you, Starwind? Good to hear, good to hear. Are you doing anything in terms of self-care? Do you do like leg stretches or strengthening exercise or anything like that? I know, I don't know any, actually, I know one trucker, I just realized, who runs the, like the Puget Sound area. But I know a lot of bus drivers, because I used to take the bus and just stand up there and just chat with the bus driver. And like a ton of them seem to have sciatic nerve injuries from bus driving at some point. So as one of the repetitive stress injuries that can come from driving. You know, for me, it's if I don't properly sit back in my chair, or not sit back in my chair, lean back in my chair right? Then the hip joint, the hip and femur, are angled such that it really overly stretches the butt and thighs, I think, in a way that can lead to injury if I'm not careful. Jinx, at the time, Oblivion lore was not part of it, but it would work now that I think about it. It's always interesting to see, like, a name like Sanguine. The word sanguine, I mean, it's what Sanguine is named after, right? So, and I'm sure a lot of people pick sanguine or some other form of the word sanguine as a name without knowing Elder Scrolls lore and the certain Daedroth that is sanguine, lord of debauchery and indulgence and other things. The Daedra have quite a few things that they take care of. Well, take care of is maybe giving them a little too much credit. It's within their domain. So today's tea is actually a little different from the hibiscus and orange passion tea that I usually drink. Today is English breakfast. It's normally I use the passion tea because it's non-caffeinated. But this morning, I actually have the time to drink caffeinated tea. So I think English breakfast and Scottish breakfast. I think English breakfast I found was a little lighter. And so figured, little something for the morning. And I can still get to sleep and not be super jittery. Now, shall we actually read? We're 9 followers away from 500. We're so close. So, hopefully we'll hit 500 today, but maybe not. I know we've had days where we've got like 15 more new people following before. But also most days I think it's just a few, they trickle in unless there's a big old raid. I'm wondering how many of my friends actually stream on Monday mornings. Not many. I see Virtually Char, I see Hannah, and also a few others. All right. We're at 14 sub points, chat. Basically halfway to the 30 we need for another emote slot. Jinx, also, I haven't streamed in quite a while. Maybe one day I'll get back into it, though at this point, I just like the idea of having my own avatar for various things. Yeah. Oh, thank you for the follow, Gramtonator. Welcome to the Twitch side of things. If you like emotes, try out the cute emotes. There's even some really cute ones for the free, without being subbed. I think on the YouTube side of things, with Restream chat, things like this don't come through, but if you're on the Discord, come to think of it, Discord has the exact same emotes that we have here And here's the link for the YouTube folks. Wait, no, that's not right. Sorry. Delete that. Can't delete it right now. Oh. There we go. Yeah. Or face orange biting nails. Oh, wait, does that actually go across properly? Wait, or am I seeing the... I wonder if Restream just doesn't handle the YouTube emotes well. Ah, there we go. Oh, God, jinx. That's horrid. The YouTube default emotes are just... They are something. Even the Twitch default emotes aren't that horrid. Like the Twitch default emotes still have some like cute ones. Right? That there's like probably the old, like the faces of like old famous streamers and all of that. But also they have, you know, they have things like this and what else is there for global? Oh yeah, there's the what do you call it? It's the arcane emotes, and there's a couple other ones that I know I like. Bokudoku uses... Which one does he use? I don't know what the name is, but it's a raccoon face. And there's stuff like this. Oh, Jinx, be right back. Okay. And like overall, they really aren't all that bad. There's a decent range of default like global emotes that Twitch has just by default that are fairly workable. There's also this set, which when it comes into VTube Studio gets chopped up like calamari or octopus. Octopus is actually really good, as a note. Cramptonator, I'm just on YouTube more than Twitch. Yeah, that's fair, that's fair. It might be, like, so, Cramptonator, between the sound quality for YouTube and Twitch, is it audible on your side? Because YouTube only allows 128K through audio bitrate for live streams, whereas Twitch has like the 384. That's like the standard high quality MP3. And if memory serves, it has a fairly large difference as those things go. But I'm wondering, let me test, okay? Yeah, that's, yeah. I guess I have to talk for this test, don't I? But I always wonder whether people can hear it on their hardware or not, or whether they can hear, their ears can pick it up or not. Because I know some people are more or less sensitive to it. Some sound systems are better or worse at outputting things that are, you know, properly allowed to express. For the longest time, I had a really nice surround sound headset. It's still here. It still works. It's not broken or anything. But my I use my in-ear monitors most of the time now because it's like, God, it's probably a good kilo lighter on my neck, and with my chronic fatigue, it's probably just the weight of that headset alone adds to the fatigue, especially when streaming. Like, especially when streaming. Streaming, I really need all the energy I can get to get to even, you know, 2 or 3 hours, right? Jinx, I do like this emote though. Which emote is that? Oh, the little heart with the little hands that's giving it. Yeah. That one's like, that style of emote is nice, right? Like even mine is very much sort of in that vein of like the smile with the hand and sort of the carrying the heart as if it is for that person, but not like shoving it in their faces. Just here, I got this for you. There are other ones as well. Limes has a really cute one. I think Hannah has a really cute one. Girl DM actually has an interesting one, and it's almost huggy. Right? It's almost like you're hugging maybe the person in the form of a heart. Also, I've thought about putting chat up on screen, like up near where the bookshelf to my right is, like on that side of the fireplace and the picture. I was wondering if people would be too opposed to it. So I tended to do it just as sort of a privacy thing, but I was like having chat on the screen, at least as the streamer. Yeah, as the streamer, it's nice. I'm wondering how it feels for chat. Because I know for lurkers, it actually might be a lot easier to have chat on screen so that they can just have the video portion of the screen be as large as possible without a chat interface blocking out part of the screen and making the video like really small. Word, you've never minded it from a chatter standpoint? Okay. I'll probably keep asking this from time to time to see what people think. And then maybe we'll, maybe I'll consider it. Because it, Word, and for people who are using Chromecast and such and Twitch apps on TV where people don't have a ton of access to chat, yeah, that's what I was thinking too, is it may end up being more an accessibility thing, which is interesting to think about. So yeah, I don't know. Me? That emote's so cute. Nova thumbs up. Gods. Honestly, it's I really do envy, I mean, all of you girls, right? That have your visual identities really pinned down so that you can get custom emotes for them that really fit. And that one really fits, Nova. Like, all of your emotes really fit. Really, really well. Jinx. Having chat on screen can be nice for people who watch VOD. Sometimes the chats don't load and conversations can get confusing without being able to see the chat side. Also, I got pizza in the oven. Pizza. Wait, why is... What in the sweet hells? Twitch global emote. Twitch. Is it just me, or does that look like a diced mango turned inside out, attached to the top of a pineapple? Is it just me? Pizza, yeah, pizza would be so nice. It's been a while since I've had pizza. It does not look like a pineapple on mobile. It looks like an Eggo waffle. Oh, you're right. Oh. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. I wonder if there's an interface that can draw in both Twitch and YouTube chat that isn't Restream. Or I might just have separate ones? Or do we just do the YouTube chat? Or I don't know. For the on-screen, well, no, that's not, that wouldn't be good either. I want to involve everybody. That was the whole point of this exercise in the first place. Otherwise, I would just stream on Twitch. Cramptonator, after some back and forth, I didn't notice much of a difference, but also I don't have the best of headphones. Okay, that's actually really good to hear. Posture check and a munch and a Victoria. Welcome, welcome. Good morning, good evening, good time zone. Munch, munch. What shall I munch? Oh. I have a treat for myself. Still in the delivery bag. So, you all know the Milano cookies, right? The Pepperidge Farm Milano cookies? They have a strawberry white chocolate. And oh, they're so good. It tastes like strawberries and cream. It tastes like strawberries and sweetened condensed milk. Cookies, cookies. You can have some if you can get here. I am more than willing to share both my cookies and my tea. I have plenty of tea too. I'd love to make tea for you, but you have to get here. I can't teleport them. I can't teleport myself, which is an issue. You can see why. Victoria, I'm not even really a fan of strawberries. Milanos are amazing. A tea party? Yeah. I mean, for me, that's sort of what this feels like to begin with, right? You just have, chatting with chat for a nice, sunny, breezy morning with my tea and my cookies that I am contractually obligated to munch on. I'm sorry for the noise. This is a nice fresh bag that I haven't opened yet. I didn't want to, Oh, he left the long hair? No worries. Nothing to apologize for. That's why the routines are there. Now then, I'm going to take out just one cookie for each munch redeem, because otherwise I am going to eat half the bag in one sitting. And while I could use the calories, my body can always use more calories. I only have one bag of those. Hi, Babs. Oh, do you want pets? Is that what it is? Oh. For once, that emote is basically accurate. Cookie eating ASMR. Oh, Jinx, thank you for the sub. Thank you, thank you. And now you have the emotes. You have the cute emotes. Oh no, Bounce is purring up a storm. He's trying to take my attention off of you, chat. He is envious of the chat currently. Oh no, Nightbot. Nightbot, maybe, that's maybe not quite the balance. You can't bonk the mic just because you want my attention. I know you're purring up a storm. Oh, Bounce. Where are they timers? They are. me edit this real quick. Um, Actually, let me edit it later. Because there's a lot I need to edit there. And I can put the coffee and the Patreon link in, I guess. And I don't do sheet music anymore, so that kind of sucks. My other Nightbot timers were the latest arrangements, like the 3 latest arrangements that I had personally done, and then a reminder that people could request pieces. And unfortunately, those have had to stay off for a while now. Hopefully I can get those, I can get to a point where I can use those again. But for now, they can remain off. Word? Welp, now I'm hungry. Let's see. You've got to eat before you come to stream. And they get hungry anyway. That's what I do. Eat, prep, stream. Somebody mentions something absolutely divine. Get hungry. Rinse, repeat. Oh, Belvs is up on my desk now. No more bonking the mic from him, but easier access to pets. Okay. I'm gonna finish off this cookie and then we can actually get reading. When I started chatting this morning, I didn't realize we would go for an hour and 20 minutes just chatting. Is that a new record of some sort? I think we've done like an hour before, but an hour 20, or more than an hour 20 is a little long. By the way, I may need more than 1 keyword for Polo. Oh, let's see what the length is, Raven, and we can go from there. Just yapping is always great. I'm glad to hear, Victoria. The fact that even one person would, like, pay attention to, let alone want to listen to me yapping, is a strange sensation. Thank you for the coffee, Jinx. Thank you. Wait, coffee bot and coffee stream? Oh, wait, they're 2 different ones. Okay, good. Thank you, Jinx. Thank you. Both coffee and Patreon supporters of any of the tiers get access to the audio only versions of the readings. So if you like not having to stream, if you like having FLAC files, that's all there. And also credit at the end of the videos. I swear I'll release another video soon. Been really having a hard time recording the last week or 2. But I do have videos lined up. I have 4 of them lined up, I think. Got a nice little spreadsheet and everything. Got it nice and color-coded. And colored in a way that is easy on the eyes. Let's see. Wait, chat. Can I do... That's display capture, that's browser capture. window capture. This is there we go. That was quick. There we go. So yeah, got it nice and figured out. It's even sortable on 2 rows, or not 2 rows, 2 columns. So like I could sort primarily by date and then by the name. So like all of these are sorted by name. But I need to do the Arconian Maiden oral tradition. It's gonna be short, but then I think the Locked Room we've read before and is kind of a favorite. And then the Warp in the West is like another large project, like the Great War. It's probably going to be like 20-something minutes, maybe 30 minutes long. But that's what the pipeline looks like so far. And it's also, it feels so weird. It's like, I've done more than 10 recordings so far. Like 14 recordings properly recorded and uploaded. Right? It's, oh, so weird. So weird. What's Fire and Darkness about? Fire and Darkness, I believe, was a Dark Brotherhood book. Yeah, the history of the Morag Tong Assassins Guild. It starts, brother, I still call you brother, for we share our bonds of blood, tested but unbroken by hatred. Even if I am murderous, which seems inevitable now, know that, brother, you and I are not innocent, so our benedictions of mutual enmity is not tragedy but horror. The state of silent shadowed war, of secret poisons and sleeping men strangled in the beds of the sudden arrow and artful daggers. No end that I can see. No possibility for peace. I see the shadows in the room move through the flame of my... Though the flame of my candle is steady, I know the signs that This note was found where it was fallen beneath the floorboards of an abandoned house in the Nordic village of Jellenheim in the 358th year of the Second Era. And it details the tension between the Morag Tong, the original Assassin's Guild, and the Dark Brotherhood, which evolved out of the Morag Tong, where the Morag Tong is more I want to say religious, but less financial. The Dark Brotherhood will make money, right? The Morag Tong, I don't think, make money out of their assassinations. And also, the Morag Tong worship Mephala, whereas the Dark Brotherhood worship... Not Period. I had his name on my mind. Sithis. There we go. You'll hear Hail Sithis from the Dark Brotherhood. But yeah. Whereas the Morag Tong worship Mephala, the Weaver. The Dark Brotherhood does it for money, while Morag Tong does it for the sake of violence, effectively, as a form of worship of Mephala. And the Morag Tong tend to be a Morrowind thing. and fairly strictly Morrowind. Whereas the Dark Brotherhood is more of a fully Tamrielic, or a Tamriel-wide group. Though they do have their various branches, like the Shadow Scale Assassins, I think, who are Dark Brotherhood's a part of the Dark Brotherhood, not the Moragtol, if memory serves. The Shadow Scales are an Argonian branch of assassins. They have their traditions, and they're fairly elite and all of that. But not a wholly separate thing, but a distinct group within the Dark Brotherhood. I know it's not Tess, but I would like to hear Tom Bombadil's song read by you, lady. Tom Bombadil's song. Oh, gods. Maybe. I'll have to think about that. Exciting. Glad to hear it, Craftinator. So yeah, that's a little sneak peek for what is coming, if I can get the executive function together to, and sometimes the voice, depending on the day, my voice too, is, I have to really try to get it to cooperate. Which song are you talking about? My mans sing almost constantly? Wait, what? Word, is there a word there that's misspelled? Raven, if you can get me the chapter and the rough location within the chapter of Tom Bombadil's song, I will at least read through it. I won't sing it. But I need an extra S to man. Tom Bombadil sings constantly. Walking, sings. Talking to Hobbit, sings. Literally pushing barrow whites out of the barrows, sings. Seeing the hobbits off naked, sings. Eating dinner with Goldberry and pondering the rings, sings. Yeah, that's as a person who uses their voice, right? The advice that I have gotten for vocal care is not, okay, here's how to get an injured voice to not be injured anymore. It's, don't injure the damn thing in the first place. That is the best option. And Tom Bombadil feels like he breaks that rule just he just breaks it, his whole existence. That's sound advice, yeah. Specifically, what's her handle on here? Let me take a quick look. Is it Robot Fish Girl on Twitch? It is Robot Fish Girl. Huh, okay. She's another VTuber, but she does voice acting professionally and also has schooling for vocal music, for singing as well. So I asked her for advice about it and went, okay, here's 1 or 2 emergency measures. Always be drinking something, but also just feel your voice. Listen to it, right? Don't strain it or injure it in the first place. If it feels strained, don't push it. And Fishy's another trans girly, so another one of those trans creators and trans artists. What's next? A retired gleeman named Tom Marilyn? Tom Marilyn. Retired gleeman. What's a gleeman? Ah, so it is one of Nova's emotes. For anybody who is, so this is Nova Liminal, or as a lot of us know, Nova Otari. Both trans, both VTubers, 2 different Novas. Sometimes I will refer to one as Nova without using their whole name and title to differentiate. So if, in case it ever both V-goobers. Well, I suppose I don't know if I mean Nova Otari is a goober. I will ask the other Nova's permission first before calling her a goober. Actually, come to think of it, so for all you tech folks out there that also like gaming, Nova Liminal, which I don't know if I can shout out just yet. Nova Liminal. Cooldown? No cooldown. Only one Nova has Katt. Oh, that's true. Katt. God's Katt. She does game development. That's the bulk of her streams. And so, like I said, for you tech folks out there, it may be really interesting to see behind the curtain of game development and like still sort of know what you're looking at. Because for me, if she's working on some things that are really visual, I can, but for the actual code, gods, I have no bloody clue what's going on, right? Although, I will say, Nova Liminal, she has a voice that is just effortlessly gorgeous and cute. Nova Otari's voice is cute in its own way too. But Nova Liminal is definitely one of my inspirations for continuing to work on my voice, right? Because, I have various people that I like, including the Japanese voice actor of Nux Klein from Gundam Seed. Real older sister character and voice actor. But after, I guess it's been 3 years now of voice training or longer, right? I've been voice training longer than I've had HRT. And maybe it's been nearly 4 years now that from the very start of my voice training. And remembering that it can still go elsewhere, it can get stronger, it can get smoother, I can learn to wield it in different ways. And of course there's speaking, right? The act of speaking, the skills involved in the words themselves and the delivery, but also just the pure voice. There's so much that can be done with it, and not even in a voice actor way where, you're switching between this character and this character, and that sort of thing. But just having it all be my own voice, right, and still have a lot of variation. Where I get so in my head about it when I practice. If you ever get in your head about it with practice, go look up first day violin students. Just go look it up. Listen. And then say to yourself, okay, I'm not quite that bad. I don't sound like a first day violin student. That's good. But also, those first day violin students could eventually become Hilary Hahn's, right? And it's Zach Perlman's. So, every day just a little bit. Whether it's working on your strength, whether it's working on even your delivery, right? So much, we focus so much on the quality of the voice, where we're talking your pitch, your resonance, thick and thin voice, and then also sometimes using your falsetto in certain places where it doesn't quite sound like falsetto, right? Because I used falsetto in that last sentence 3 times. But it's sparing enough and used in certain ways that it might not sound like falsetto. It doesn't have that telltale, it doesn't show too much of that telltale hollowness. Like, oh, right? That's falsetto up there, right? Compared to, which has an actual body, uses true voice, versus false fold voice. But in speech, you can do certain things where you can get away with using falsetto and not having it be jarring, not having people go, oh, that's falsetto, right? If they even know that word. So yeah, but we focus so much on the actual voice quality that we forget that so much of speaking is not anything to do with the actual voice itself, but the words and the tempo and the pitch variation too, right? One of the tough things about being a trans girl is that, we're effectively gated by that falsetto break. That falsetto break is our ceiling for most of our voice, right? And before, where we had that all the way down to wherever our lowest pitch is, we sort of end up with half or even a third of that as functionally usable. And so learning how to be expressive within that lessened vocal range or lessened pitch range can be fairly difficult. Learning how to express things not just in a way that is pleasant to listen to, but in a way that expresses you, who you are, what your thoughts are, what you want the other person to feel, right? And all of that has very little to do with pitch resonance, thick and thin voice. and has very much more to do with, I mean, it's the delivery is, those three factors are still part of the delivery, but there's so much more nitty gritty going on in the rest of it that's important, right? And even just the act of smiling, right? You can probably hear it in my voice. There's a little bit of honey in there sometimes. And of course it'll shift the resonance, right? Talking like this versus talking like this. The center of the lips were doing the same thing. The jaws were doing the same thing. The throat was doing the same thing, but the smiling versus not smiling changes the resonance. Because you're everywhere from your lips all the way down to your vocal cords is the resonance chamber, right? All of that can be used in different ways to change the quality of your voice. So like honeyed words is a phrase that we use, and usually we mean it in a negative, right? You've coated something toxic, something potentially lethal in honey so that it's more palatable to whoever you are fooling. But in a voice quality way, you can put honey on your voice. Beautiful. Hat. Hat. Yee. Hat. And ears. Ears. How's your day going, Viola? I'm surprised you're on the YouTube side of things instead of Twitch. There are also, you can make your voice breathier. And this takes a whole lot more breath per second. But when you make not just soothing voice, but not saucy. Oh, what's the name for it? Not simmering. Help, chat. I've lost a word. Sultry. That's the word. When you do a sultry voice, a lot of people do vocal fry, right? This. At the end of their, or not just at the end, but in various parts of their voice. You can slow down. You can lower the voice in terms of pitch. Although I still like to stay up here, as this can still be sultry, right? But sultry can have, one of the ways that you can make a voice sultry is, well, a smile goes a long way for it, a long way to doing it too. But also the breathiness, right? As if somebody is right in your ear. Just making suggestions, shall we say. But if you listen to my normal voice, it's not too breathy. Because it does take a lot of actual air, units of air per second. And so it would take a lot of breath support. And for me, when I keep on talking like this, when I'm talking for, multiple hours at a time, needing to use a whole bunch of air makes me dizzy. This is something that happens with wind instruments too. I used to play flute for... it's the second most played instrument I have, like 7 years or something. But especially at first, just the sheer amount of breath I needed made me dizzy. And going back to breath things now, especially when I'm doing it for a long period of time, breathy voice starts making me dizzy. Even normal voice starts making me dizzy. When I read things that are multiple tens of minutes long, I do start getting a little dizzy. Even maybe the last 5 minutes, I've a little dizzy, which means I need to take slower, deeper breaths. As faster, deeper breaths is how you hyperventilate, and will make you dizzy and also tingly. It tends to cause you numbness, but deeper, slower breaths. And then I can talk like Treebeard. Can I do... It feels like breathing in is only falsetto? I don't know. I don't know what the mechanics there are. Got you! Banini! Hello, hello! How was stream last night? Sorry I couldn't make it. It's good to see you again. Where I used to get face tingles all the time when I first came back to streaming. Oh, I'm glad other streamers get it too. Yeah, it's... And especially because, you know, a lot of you, like, you stream like, 6, 8, 24 hours at a time. And often, you're just talking for hours. That takes some build-up to get used to. You got your first hype train! Congratulations! Congratulations! How was it? So, anybody who doesn't know Banini, she's usually who I co-stream with on Sundays over on her channel. And oh, you got the duck. You got the duck. Oh, it's a goose. It's a goose. Yeah, I don't even have the goose. People like the goose. Oh, God damn it. Are we really back to Gwen's theme? Oh, this wrecks me every time. But over on her channel, we're going through Oblivion Remastered. And I am her lore Succubard. I sit there and make suggestive remarks and talk about lore, sometimes in the same breath. Which is basically what I did for Word yesterday, too. Much, much more on the suggestive things, and much less on the lore. Very little lore divulged yesterday, come to think of it. Banini, you corrected people about lore last night? You'd be so proud of me. Aww. Victoria, Succubard, more like Succudark. Victoria. And who's the one listening to that Succudork? Of their own volition, even. Let me go back just a ways. Jinx. Memo. Alpaca, or Victoria. I've likely said it before, but I'll say it again. I am envious of how pretty your voice is. Oh, thank you. I'm both proud of it and also really glad that people can find comfort in it. I know I found a lot of comfort in various voice actors' voices, including like I said, Lux Klein from Gundam Seed. Oh, what was her name? Tanaka Rie. Tanaka Rie. So she is... she also plays whatever the witch character is in Genshin Impact for the Japanese dub. Just... Oh... I think now we would call it a mommy voice, right? Very much an older sister vibe, but... maybe not sultry. Can be sultry, but... warm, comforting. Lisa, yeah, I think she's the one. If I ever play Genshin Impact, which I won't because it has a kernel level anti-cheat, which I quit League over that, so if that tells you anything. She is... that voice. Found a lot of non-romantic, non-sexual, like not that sort of comfort, but I guess not platonic comfort. It's, I mean, part of it is just gender envy, right? But also has very much this comforting older sister vibe to it that, I guess is gender goals for me, really. Mommy voice, why does it have to be Genshin? Yeah, I know. It sucks. I'm curious about the characters. I like the art style. I'm curious about the... Wait, did I say curious about the music? Want to see it. Want to, hear Tanaka Rie's character. But also, it's gacha. It has a kernel anti-cheat, which why do they even need kernel? Why do you need an anti-cheat in it? Anyway, so for both gacha and kernel level anti-cheat, I will never touch that game, which is a tragedy, honestly. Benini, I'm so lucky I got it first go. I love her. Oh, the goose. Wait, what Lude listened last night? So remember, I was talking to you like super early yesterday, right? I woke up at 0200 yesterday, and Word was doing the last 6 hours of her 24-hour Trans Lifeline charity stream. And I saw that she was doing Oblivion Remastered for the last hour or two. And I asked to I guess co-stream with her, just to tag along. And so I got to do that, but chat was feral. And there was already some I did not set up the horniness, I did not sow the horniness, I guess I nurtured the horniness a little bit. I encouraged it. But go to Word's account, Word to the Wise, another streamer friend of mine. And last 2 hours-ish of her stream last night was, yeah, you stoked the fires, Taffy? Me, Word? Would I? I mean, come on. I'm so pure and innocent, and I'm sure I wouldn't even have the vocabulary to do that. Yes, you would. Oh, see, Bulafar thinks I was innocent of those crimes. Yes. Taffy was innocent of those crimes. When you're cute, I'm glad you got out to a stream and had fun. I'm sure you had fuel to the horny fire. Come on. What fuel? I don't have the funds to buy fuel. I got enough pounds for all of you. The pout squad. The bonks. The bonks. The bonks. Oh. The bonks are so good. The bonks are so good. Words bonk is also really good. Oh god, it adds pre-rolls to stay off. Okay. Gonna run 3 minutes of ads. If you're not subbed, I'll see you in 3. Raven, my lady Tevye is not horny, right, lady? Right? Oh. Benini having to be the messenger of something. I'm not sure what. The ads actually got you this time, Benini. Wow, that's odd. Usually you don't get hit with the ads, even if you're not subbed. Jinx, it's 2025. Who isn't horny? Well, and also I'm on estrogen and progesterone, so like... Did I forget my progesterone this morning? Huh. I'm pretty sure I forgot my progesterone. I'm going to fix that as soon as this stream ends. Raven, please, Lord, no. See, that's the thing. I'm a Succubard. I'm not actually beholden to any lord. I'm beholden to the licensing bodies of Succubi and Bards. Which means that I have to make horny jokes. There's a certain amount. There's a quota per hour. Yeah. Word, no prog here, just who I am. Wait, you don't have progesterone. Progesterone is totally worth it. And it'll also help you fill out, too. But also, super horny. It activates the super horny. Yeah. Well, for some people. Oh, are we talking about prog? Yeah, it kind of fucks you up. Yeah, that's accurate, isn't it? Highlighter run, yeah. Any trans girlies out there? Progesterone, totally worth it. 100 milligrams, 200 milligrams, that's worth it. Yeah. I had like a month off of progesterone because I had executive dysfunction. I'm really glad that I'm back on them. Prog is a hell of a chemical. Vilafar, Tevye is required to make jokes of the horny nature to keep her bard license and succubus license, and they can't overlap the requirements. It's an unfortunate situation, really. Right. Unfortunately, the same thing cannot count for both licenses. They have to be done separately. So I have to do double. Double! That's practically a full-time job. Oh, Jinx, question mark? Do you not know about progesterone? It's so much work making all those horny jokes. It really is. I'm not that good at it. So I'm not trained in linguistic humor. So the advantage I have is that all of my humor is reactive. I take words that people say, take the situations they're in, and make humor out of it. Not make fun of them, make humor out of it, right? No stepping on the keyboard, Aurora. But linguistic humor is a real skill. And it's one that I'm just not that trained or practiced in. And especially, even as a VTuber, I mostly read other people's words, right? And so I don't get nearly as much training as other VTubers. And also, other VTubers have chats that are horny as hell. Because my chat tends to be, considering I'm a succubus and a bard, fairly well behaved and subdued. Well, not well behaved. So that's the horny not jokes aren't badly behaved. Just not that horny. Jinx, usually I hear prog in terms of FF14. Oh, that's true. So that's usually progression. Whereas prog, the prog we're talking about as trans girlies, is progesterone. Raven, she's horny due to race requirements, not because she wants to be horny. What? It's an occupational thing. Are succubi a race? I guess they are a race, aren't they? So it's a combination of racial traits and occupation of choice. And to think, I spent most of my life fingering things including G-strings. And now I'm somehow less horny. I think. Maybe. More horny? Am I more horny now? Word? You gotta talk to your doctor again. The next time I go back, they wanted to slow play everything, but I'm 3 years in. Dang it, it's been over. Holy cow. I know I think most trans girls get progesterone like 6 months to maybe a year or 2 in. My doc was just like, okay, yeah, here's, you want HRT. All right, so here's estrogen. We're going to start you out slow, and over the next year, build you up to a full dose. We're going to do blood tests. Here's the risks. You're going to have less chance of prostate cancer, more chance of breast cancer. You're going to have these risk of brittle bones, risk of this and that. That tend to, like, people on testosterone have people with testosterone dominant bodies have specific risks. People in estrogen dominant bodies have different sets of risks, and that will shift over HRT. Anyway, but also that first day the doctor was like, we're going to use Spiro to suppress your T, which now I'm not on anymore, monotherapy. But also, like, do you just want progesterone too? It's like, do I? Okay. So I had progesterone from day one. I don't know if it was a good thing or not, but I had progesterone from day one. So I think part of it is I didn't have the gap in sex drive that a lot of people that are on feminizing HRT get. If you're on just estrogen with anti-androgens, the T blockers, a lot of people have a huge drop in their sex drive, whereas I just never had that. So yeah. Where my chatter, you're either absolute saints or just horny demons. Well, you're in luck. I think, maybe. I'm a succubus. And a bard, which is arguably more horny demon than a succubus. A succubus has needs. A bard makes choices. I think that may be my motto going forward. A succubus has needs. A bard makes choices. Like laying the dragon instead of slaying the dragon. You know, I just misread the directions, I swear. It wasn't selective misreading. Word 99% of the time it's horny demons. That's true, isn't it? Benign progesterone is a hormone that's found inside not just women, but it's known to affect women and trans women the most. Helps with breast growth. It also has some sort of interaction with sexuality because it's been known to make you horny when you take it. Yes, definitely. Also for me, it makes my body more sensitive. So one of the things, so like I've built my life on sensitivity, right? Whether it's music and violins, sensitivity physically, sensitivity in the ear, and like mentally, right? As well as like some other skills. I have these all fingertip skills, sharpening knives and other sharp things. It's all about sensitivity. It's all about feeling, right? And then massage is another skill that I picked up. And that was literally just all through sensitivity. I didn't have any formal training. It was just, I was at a physical therapist's place. I was bored. I was there 3 days a week for an hour each. I talked with them a lot. And so, like, I've built my whole life around sensitivity, but progesterone takes that another click or 3 higher. When I was first started HRT, it was kind of ace, but then I added my prog, my bisexual dominance came roaring back. Yeah, I could see that. How does it differ with estrogen? Also, shout out to monotherapy. That's my bitch right there. Word, I had a massive gap, like a yearish plus. Ugh. It took Goose leaving to kickstart mine back. Oh, there is that too, isn't there? Like you were having, yeah, so something like that could also suppress it as well. Good motto. Thank you. So Succubus plus Bard, double horniness. Yes. It's obligatory. So they both have different effects on the human body, but they are both crucial for the crucial for the female reproductive cycle. You fluctuate with both throughout ovulation, but prog spikes when someone becomes pregnant. Yeah. I often call it the pregnancy hormone. Yeah, and then people start finding me attractive again, which is a big plus. Which is a big old plus. Yeah. Especially, as a trans girl, it's often feeling unattractive your whole life up to, that point, right? Where you realize things and get HRT. And then not only are you emotionally more open and truly feeling things and like getting to live for the first time in your life, which makes people attractive, right? People that have passion. It doesn't have to be, YouTuber, shouty, super artificial, high energy passion. It's just passion. It can be quiet yet, really apparent passion. It can be super energetic passion, right? But that makes people really attractive. It's and then the HRT does things to us too. There's that. So like for a lot of trans gals, it's transition. You go from like being zero attractiveness or virtually zero to just being really attractive. And then suddenly it's like, wait, what's going on? Okay, all right. This feels weird. But okay. I guess this is my new reality now. I'm not gonna fight it. As a note, voice also has like a huge part of that, or is a huge part of that too, right? Because often as eggs were dissociated or depressed or, just a hollow husk just trying to make it through life, survive to something that we're just waiting for. We're not sure what. And then you figure it out and you get HRT. Or maybe you just don't. You don't, but for most of us, it's, being able to bring our bodies in line as well. And then also, like, working on our voice, right? Like, most people that use their voice do not think about their voice. They have, often people don't know the difference between pitch and resonance, or thick and thin voice, or even pay attention to their smoothness, breathiness of voice, how they fluctuating of pitch for expressiveness. Like all of these things they don't think about, let alone train. And any trans gal that goes through voice training, whether it's on your own or whether it's with, videos or in-person training, trains for years. And that can make a voice really attractive. Progesterone has a strong effect on affecting the uterus. When a person becomes pregnant, it spikes and helps close off that area so no sperm can penetrate again. Interesting. Okay, so prevents double pregnancies and... Wait a minute. I wonder if it causes sensitivity in the lower abs. Anyway. Errant thought? Yeah, it's like it unlocked a bunch of stuff that was there, just unreachable for Chuck's notes 31 long freaking years. I feel that. Yeah. Like I actually, so in Japan there's the suffix kun, right? Let's guns. What's a Japanese name? Yuki, right? Yuki-kun. Or a feminine, chan, Yuki-chan. When I was small, I got both. And some people just combine them. And so it's like Yuki-kun-chan. And so like I was ostensibly a boy. But evidently I got gendered more correctly as like from 0 to 6 years old than I did for the whole rest of my life up until I got until I figured out I was trans. So yeah. It's always fun to think about. It's like, how about I just go back to that? That's pretty wild. It is, yeah. Like I think, so like I have fairly long eyelashes and fairly large eyes, especially for like a Japanese person, right? And so I think a lot of people looked at baby me and thought, girl. They were right. Unknowingly. So yeah, that's why I got some correctly gendering back then. Benigni, it also mixes with estrogen to basically boost a lot of those functions as if estrogen sets the layup for boobs to grow. Probably grabs the ball and dunks it off that layup. Yeah, fills it up. Raven-kun. It does not work. Yeah, it probably you like end up with it kind of a nickname where you, like instead of Raven it's just Ray, so Ray-kun, right? Word, I remember getting told constantly if you were a girl, you'd love your eyelashes. Little did those people know. Yeah. Yeah. Honestly, even like as a, I guess a quote unquote guy, um, I was fine with my eyelashes. Like, long eyelashes, cool. You know, wasn't gonna do anything with them, but no. I was actually talking with a friend of mine about like over my life, I've had fairly high natural charisma, but until like my mid-20s, I totally didn't realize that you had to put points into diplomacy and other skills, other ostensibly charisma-related skills. So like, and then I started like, once I hit like 25, I started then putting points into diplomacy and other social skills. But also, ever since I was small, I'd been putting points into fashion sense, mask, and fashion sense femme for no apparent reason. Watching things like Cardcaptor Sakura, where Tomoyo is coming out with like a new outfit for Sakura. Every single incident, right? She's like, "Oh, a new Clow card? Okay, let me dress you up for the occasion," and just like brings another whole outfit. Because her mother is, effectively a fashion mogul, right? Tomoyo's mother is very well off, but also like fashion skilled, right? And the reason they're friends is because Tomoyo and Sakura's mothers were friends growing up. But like, it was also a crash course in fashion for me, right? Just like one series, 40 different outfits, maybe more. Right, I was the shyest little person in the world until I was like 27. Ooh. I was fairly outgoing and energetic until I hit puberty. And alongside my voice went a lot of that. And I could still be passionate about things, but I don't think I was ever quite the same socially outgoing, energetic person that I was in grade school until now. Until, well, figuring out I was trans and getting HRT and everything. But no, I'm not like super outgoing, meeting new people is still still scary, let alone walking up to somebody new. Whew, I am not trained for that. I'm not equipped for that. But I think there's a quiet confidence in who I am now. And I think that comes out a little more. And also, like, I like who I am, right? And so I like letting people see who I am, including the voice. The voice is important for me. I know some trans girls either just don't want to voice train, which is again similar to HRT, like totally okay, right? But also some trans girls want a voice that is more in line with themselves, but are unable to get past the dysphoria of voice training. I think that's a tragedy. Like, because I know, this dysphoria can really feel like, right? Been through it for quite a bit longer than some other people. But the musical training of going from well, I mean, not just violin, but many instruments, from going from just first day violinist, horrid, to, I mean, with violin and maybe one or two other instruments, workable, right? Or back when I was in elementary school, I was singing soprano and I sang fairly well, right? I had the violin training, so my ears are trained as well. And, so my sensitivity to pitch, my sensitivity to the interplay of the various parts in the choir, like all of that was there. And so I already knew how to go from just a horrid zero up to, how I wanted to sound. And so I've been really, really lucky in that sense. But, I think it would be nice to find a way to help more trans girls and like trans femme MBs, so I guess trans femmes in general, find a workaround for it. Because not everything has to be the straightforward textbook brute force method, right? Like, I'm a violinist, classically trained. I took to it like a fish to water, and it turned out fairly well. It's fairly literate in sound things, right? But that's not for everybody, and not everybody gets to have the experience of doing a musical thing and going from absolutely horrid to results, and knowing what that feels like and being able to use that to overpower the dysphoria. And then, of course, like, again, workarounds, right? Little things that you can do just honestly, like Shy Lily. Like, I'm sure most of you VTubers know Shy Lily. I'm sure some of you non-VTubers know Shy Lily if you're watching me. A great entertainer, but also she makes these little sounds. Like, there's Shy Lily sound compilations out there, right? Or Shy Lily clips, one or two Shy Lily clip channels start out with her random sounds. Right? Or and those are actually really good ways to voice train. Because not only do you have to control pitch, right? It's not womp womp, it's womp womp. So there's a pitch part in there too, right? And then you can bring that up. And also you want to make that brighter. So womp womp. Right? And figuring out how to use your voice after eons of hating it in a way that you can do yourself and that isn't formal and hopefully causes less dysphoria than speaking sentences or doing words or really concentrating on your voice, right? Like, there's a little... Bonini actually has a vocal stim point routine. These are... Actually, that's a good one for, like, extending my falsetto range upwards is Paya. Because the first few times I was actually trying to get it up there, I was like, Paya, 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 Paya. But also it's really good control of falsetto and the falsetto break and how to use it smoothly and how to transition from above it to below it in a fluid and fluent way, right? Womp womp. Womp womp. Like, yeah, vocal stems. They're these really easy... So A, they're not quote unquote big, bold letters, sound effect, practice, right? They're not that. They don't have the baggage. They're vocal stems. Sound effects are cute. Who doesn't want to sound like Poya, right? Hey, look, listen, right? It doesn't, these are just cute little things that you can do. Nobody's going to judge you for them. There's no right or wrong way to do them. But they train the voice. Panini, it's all about the payas. Manini, at Word, so many moments like that. What's funny is I also had people comment about how long and pretty my eyelashes were before I transitioned. Weird. Number one indicator of being a trans woman's eyelash length, apparently. That would be funny if it turned out to actually be true. It's kind of like the what is the index finger, fourth finger thing for being gay or bi? It's like surprisingly accurate for some reason. Victoria, unfortunately, I also put my skill points in yearning, parentheses sapphic, and obliviousness, parentheses sexuality and gender. Yeah, I feel that. Yeah, yep. Wait, the what in the what now? There's something physical with fingies for being bi. Oh, index finger, ring finger length, comparative length. I think, if memory serves. I don't remember the details of it. Victoria, you accidentally voice trained yourself. How did that come about? Jinx, I know Shiley, but I didn't know she made sounds. Grammy is my favorite for making random sounds. Definitely going to check them out later. Benini, it's all about the poyos. Poyo. Seriously, go over to Benini's stream and just redeem the vocal stems. Benini, I actually just highly recommend singing and focusing on shifting the resonance to the front of the mouth. Yes, that's another. So that's actually a thing that my my speech therapist has had me do. Is so strophonation is instead of so normally we go ooh, right, with our voice, but with a straw, you go ooh, and it makes it harder. It's effectively a lung strengthening exercise for me at the moment, but it's also really useful for a lot of things. It actually makes the falsetto break larger and makes the training harder. So training your falsetto break and smoothing the falsetto break and minimizing the falsetto break with strophonation would probably make controlling the falsetto break in standard voice really easy. Oh, Hazel Dust. Hello. Thank you. There's a sip. And free the hair. Oh dear, the hair again. The hair. What shall I do with the hair? The hair is so long, goes all the way down below frame. Panini, let's see. Oh wow, that really hit for me too. I was super popular in grade school, and once first puberty hit, I became an anxious, depressed, disassociated, sad girl, but I was always confident I never took shit without a fight. It's a chaotic time for me. Pumping your way through sexuality and gender like a bad bitch. I know with oh, okay, Jinx, you know about Shy Lily, but Grim is your favorite for random sounds? Yes, definitely going to look at that again. Nini, actually just highly recommend singing, shifting. Right, so we were talking about the straw phonation and shifting the resonance from your throat towards your mouth and like almost towards your front teeth. Can be a good way to voice train for a more femme voice. Gives your higher range more full body femme voice, and that makes sense. Resonance is kind of one of the most important things. Yeah, one of the ways that you can almost make falsetto come closer to a true voice sound is resonance. Word, yeah, I'm still getting through it's okay to suck at the start. Nobody's gonna hear you practice but yourself. Yeah, absolutely. You need do it, just keep practicing. A year or two later, you'll sound incredible, trust me. Yeah. And also, in the morning is the best time for practice. 5 minutes of practice in the morning is worth 30 in the afternoon. 30 seconds of practice is worth more than 0 seconds of practice. And that's why vocal stems are so good. By the way, for anybody who isn't trans femme, this goes for you too. You can do all sorts of stuff with your voice. If you want a deeper voice, right? You can go from here, you can go to this voice as well, right? You can get this nice deep resonance. And with a lower pitched voice, that's going to sound better. But that control, right? I can sound like this. But it's all about controlling your throat and your mouth and your resonance chambers, right? And this is my relaxed voice. I think a lot of, both in and outside of trans femme circles, there's this, you're faking a voice thing going on, right? And it's interesting because after 3 years of voice training, by the way, as context, I used to be a bass/basso profundo. Right? This is basso profundo is even lower than bass. People like James Earl Jones, right? Super deep voice. That is basso profundo. And I used to be a bass that also went into the basso profundo range. So for it's like 15 years, that was my range, right? And in my 20s, I actually even like finally, at first I was traumatized by it, right? Like literally stopped singing, literally put in more hours in whistling than violin, like, you know, well, I mean, you'll hear me whistle on stream now and again when the music's really good, but like more comfortable on whistling than violin. That's how many hours I put in. That's how traumatizing it was. But I got used to my voice and sort of accepted my voice in my 20s and got still fairly strong voice. Now, just after 3 years, this is my voice. This is my relaxed voice. If I try to go deeper down here, or if I try to get this really deep resonance, that actually strains my voice. Anybody who's heard me do the Octopath Traveler streams, a lot of those mask voices actually strain my voice pretty badly the next day. Because it isn't my voice. That is faking my voice, right? Voice is malleable. There is no fake. There is no real. There is just your voice. It's an instrument. If you can make a sound out of your instrument, it is real. All of that to say that line. That there's, yeah, so sort of this stigma of, oh, fake voice. No, 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 no. There's voice. That's it. You have one. It is yours to mold as you see fit. Just like your body, just like your mind. And as with all things, 5 minutes a day. That's all it takes. What do you mean, I hate transphobes? Yeah. Wait, we're halfway to the sub goal. We're halfway to the sub goal. The sub goal is another emote slot. There we go. I needed a lip balm because gods, my lower lip was starting to have issues. Word, yeah, it's just the got to do it part of me that I get stuck in. I suck at it this now. Why am I not already perfect as real though? Yeah, that's actually another thing about vocal stems is that like there's much less of that judgment, right? You're not, talking, you're not judging, how well you can talk or how good you sound. It's just vocal stems. Sound like Kirby. And also it's why it's good to do it just a little bit every day so you don't get a buildup of that frustration. Honestly, kill for hair like that? Yeah, it's... Wait, word, no. That way. Wait, what? You sneezed. You sneezed. That's a big sneeze. That is a big sneeze. God, thank you, word. Thank you. Look, bunch of people got subs. Bunny, Victoria, and Jay got subs. Ooh, Rin and Specs and Pilafar, you got one too. And Haven. I sneezed and accidentally gave gift subs. It happens from time to time. Thank you, thank you. Oh, thank you. Oh. I didn't think I'd get to that goal for another long while. Oh my god. You have subs. Oh, wait, I should... Jinx. Oh dear. Thank you. Crafty Crobat. Oh, Crobat is going to be happy next time here. Thank you, Jinx. Thank you, word. Says, I guess that's 2 new emote slots now? We're probably going to have a vote about, what do you call it? So which new emotes we want. Double hype train on a Monday. Double hype train on a Monday. Gods. Oh, my cat. My Aurora typed something. It was all spaces and then like 13 periods. I think she's not sure what to say to 25 gift subs. Holy cow. Thank you again. Community vote on what new emotes to get over in the Discord, maybe? For anybody who hasn't been to the Discord, here it is. It's not super active, but we share things that we make and share things that we find and chat about various things. And also, I do the usual stream alerts. So if you'd like those, of course. Thank you for the cheer, Vilafar. Thank you for the bits. Thank you, thank you. Wait, why is the bit is a doodle cheer? Wait, what's a doodle cheer? What? I didn't even realize that was a thing. I thought that was what? Little drawn bit is a dwarf. It is. It really is. What? Did you just draw that, Vilafar? Is that like a pre-drawn thing, or is it? I thought that the what do you call it? It's the bit symbol had just like changed for some event or other. Oh dear, oh dear. Yeah, it's... Oh, I guess we'll do a community vote and see which 2 emotes we want next for both the Discord and the Twitch channel. The word to the shrug is so good, though. Just, eh? just a blank. I had nothing to do with this. Look. It's so good. Oh. Oh dear, oh dear. My cheeks hurt. Oh. You know, I got all this advice for how not to hurt my voice and how to soothe my voice, and but nobody ever trains you on how to not have your cheeks cramp when you're smiling too much. Oh, let me pour myself some tea. Okay, there we go. 2 hype trains in one day. Wait, we barely get it. Stretched. Okay, Jinx, I will. Let's see. Get the cloth over the tea container. So, and a posture check. Okay. Oh. Choo-choo! Oh, what did we get? What did we get? That was a good stretch. Thank you for the stretch, Jinx. I definitely needed that. That's adorable. Oh, that's adorable. I definitely... Oh, wow. Wait, where is the Twitch for Teams section? Unlocked? Oh, the hype trains. Okay, there we go. Oh, so cute. Also, there's this one. Wait a minute. I wonder if... I forgot. I do have an Octavia jam. The goose, the geese, the stack of the geese. Hopefully the geese come in and they don't honk too loud. And they like my voice. And maybe Elder Scrolls lore, but that's not a requirement. Jinx, the poor balloon doggo. Your least favorite hype train emote. The poor thing. The poor thing. But I'm so mad. I tried to join the hype train, but Twitch apparently doesn't like my card. I want the girl jam too. Oh. Thank you. Why, Twitch? Oh, so the girl jam isn't one I got in this one. I think I've had the girl jam for a long while. 106 hype emotes? Wow. I spent a lot of money on Twitch. Oh, what did you get? The one we got was a little, what do you call it? This one. Little kitty that goes cheers. Cheers. You can't see it, but I'm holding a mug of tea. Oh, so warm. Pack it up? Wait, no, don't pack it up. I am still here. I am still alive. I am still on stream. YouTube really didn't like me chatting for 3 hours. I'm back from the shower room. Welcome back. I hope you had a wonderfully refreshing shower. Or perhaps a relaxing shower. I don't know what sort you like. I just like when showers happen. Sort of. They're exhausting. I still need to get a proper shower, shower stool. Because, yeah, standing showers, not a good thing. And I already, like, I take fairly slow showers, so, like, 20 is on the short side for me. Like 20 to 30-minute showers is what I usually take, but my body physically cannot handle standing up for that long. Raven, you smell like soap. Won't tell which ones, though, for security reasons. Yeah, just make sure not to dox yourself via your current soap smell. Oh, word, you ended up getting the pack it up one? You must have already had cheers? Yeah. Have 19 bath bombs calling my name? Oh my. Oh my. You know, it's interesting because in US culture, a luxurious bath is like a bubble bath or a bath bomb or something like that. And for me, it's a freshly... I don't know what to call it. In Japanese, it's... To make a bath, or to ready a bath is called... ofuro ireru is to put... ireru is to put in, right? I think it's... ofuro ireru anyway. I'll always question things about linguistics that you don't use, because the brain forgets very well. But my... Not optimal. What's the word? My ideal luxurious bath is like a nice big tiled bathroom. Like an actual bath room. The room is 4 bathing, and then once you're done with the bath, you step out of the room, right? Like very Japanese style. And then you have a little washing area with a little stool, and then you have the bath and a freshly laid bath with just sparkling clear water and just some steam rising from, not too hot, right? And yeah, just it's interesting that like sort of the US image of a luxurious bath is with something in it, whereas my ideal is just clear, refreshing water. You wash yourself, you get in, you have your hair up in a bun, and you sink into it. It comes up to, your collarbones, and you just relax into it. Just let the water soak out the fatigue. And you just sit there for a while. Or maybe you have, you're there with a friend or something, and just sit there and chat and relax. And if it gets a little too warm, maybe sit on the edge and just keep your ankles in so your body doesn't get cold. And then maybe dip back in when, it's you're not too hot anymore, and just then you get out and dry yourself off and then go to bed. Because there's nothing like a bath for bringing out all the fatigue that you've accumulated over the last gods know how long. Where it is just like being in the water. The smells of bath bombs are the real selling point for me. I can understand that. Yeah, there are definitely some scents that are, especially lavender, I think, is, I think of it as a relaxing smell. This is Ancient Stones from the Skyrim soundtrack. That's a little bit of bittersweet in here because I can't play it right now. I wish I could. But also, it's just a gorgeous piece. And also, that nice relaxing feeling. Imagine just a hot spring, just outside and, with a standing stone or two just on a hill in view, and the fog rolling through the valley, and just sitting in the hot spring with some friends. Just taking in the view and enjoying the time. With this as the soundtrack, of course. It's a requirement. Word. Yeah, I don't have a lot of candle space in my bathroom, or with Pittins and Ruby. I'd worry about them knocking them over, so I get the scent forward bath bombs. Oh, that's true. So in Japan, my tiny little room that I described earlier in the stream, the bathroom was like 1.5 meters by a meter, and that included the toilet, the sink, and then a faucet that could actually swivel over to the sink or the bath. And then the bath itself. And the whole thing was waterproof so that it could act as a bathroom, right? You could, sit there and wash yourself in the tiled standing / toilet portion of it. Wash yourself off with a little shower nozzle, little thing that you can pick off the wall with the hose. And then just sit in the bath. And even that was really nice and deep, right? This is like your standard, just bottom rung, tiny, what we call 1K apartments, right? Where there is no separate room for the kitchen. There is a kitchen, but there's not a separate room for the kitchen. Hence, one room with a kitchen, 1K, right? But I used to put the Bach cello suites on with on my speakers for my computer, which was in the living room portion of my room, not far away, right? Like 4 or 5 meters away from the bathroom. Put on fairly loud. Turn off the lights in the bathroom, and just have candles going. Wonderful candlelit bath with just the Bach cello suites on half decent speakers. So relaxing. For as comparatively luxurious as my current living conditions are, right? I have, queen size bed all to myself plus my cats. Queen size is just enough for 1 person and 3 cats, just barely. And having a separate portion, like from computer to bed, it's a good 7 meters, right? And enough room for a couch in this portion of the room, and plenty more. I can't have properly relaxing baths in the US because all we have are leg warmers. Hip warmers at best, right? And I have to sacrifice the warmth and relaxation of my legs in order to relax my torso, but leaning back with my neck craned against the wall and and with my knees almost not relaxed so that my torso doesn't go all the way in and I drown. That's not a relaxing position to be in. But if I'm just in hip warmer mode and most of my torso's out, well, I keep all my tension in my shoulders and my upper chest and back and my neck, right? That's where I need the relaxation the most. Raven, I would only use about 20 liters of water to shower my body, but sometimes the bucket is not available. Wait, what? Jinx, I remember a long time ago learning the Japanese apartment abbreviation. Such an interesting system. Yeah, it's very Japanese. Abbreviated and efficient. We do that with words so often. But I don't even remember anymore. Is the number of bathrooms? I think the number is the number of bathrooms. Posture check. Thank you. I was beginning to lean a little too far forward. There we go. Oh, darn ads. Okay. I will do the ads thing. If you're not subbed, see you in 3. Yeah, I think the one, or the number, that can be usually 1 to 4, right, is the number of bathrooms. And then there's B is bath. No, I don't think there's a B. I think there's D for dining, L for living, K for kitchen, and 1 or 2 other things, right? And so, yeah, you can look at a housing entry, and in anywhere from 2 to 4 characters, figure out roughly what you're getting as amenities. And of course, you can look at the the amount of floor space you're getting and the layout and all of that. That's super important. But you can go, okay, I want at least 2 bathrooms, right? And this and this and this, right? Oh, B is probably bedroom. That's what it was. B is bedroom, D is dining, L is living, K is kitchen. And I think there's one more. I think there's one more. I don't remember what it is, but I think there's one more. And yeah, it's a really efficient way to communicate and filter housing entries and entries. Where is that? Oh, obvious. Okay. Benini at Raven. I know you're still using the $1 soap. Oh my god. Raven, I will not confirm nor deny that. No, remain silent. Octavia, innocent. It's, you know what? I realize that it's very ironic that I use that for my pray emoji. This, you know, it says Octavia innocent, but it's the praying emoji, right? It's like, I'm a succubus. What am I doing with a halo? Emote, ostensibly my emote. What are you doing with a halo? S for something shower? Good question. I think if S is shower, it would have to be a very like US style shower only, like one of those effectively waterproof cubicle with a shower sort of situation, with like not even a attempt or pretending that there's a bath. Manini, Raven, go get better soap, you bastard. At thy command, my lady. Good boy. Head pats. Boy, boy, boy. Wait, and that's a bonk, though. As a note, you don't have to go get good burb. Yeah, good burb. Good burb. We have 2 burbs here. We have Raven and we have Velo. Intentional punk. That's thy command, my lady. Or maybe a little deeper, like Raven's voice is probably... At thy command, my lady. Something like that. Yeah, we have 2 burbs. We have Vilafar and we have Raven. And Vilafar's wave emote is so cute. It's just a little tip of the wing, just going nope, nope, nope. Jinx need an animated emote where the praying switches between halo and horns. You are so right. So like during the full span of it, it would cycle from like start with a halo, shift through horns, and then shift back to halo. And that way the loop can just be shifting back and forth and back and forth. Or is it a halo that is maybe glitching out a little bit and sparking? And when it's not working, the horns show through a little bit? The pretending that you have a halo, but it's actually just one of those, like, especially the circular halogen bulbs, I think, that are super, actually really popular in Japanese lighting. Usually we have like a smaller ring and a larger ring. Both are good ideas. Oh. So, someday, eventually. Halo and where's the Vila Bar emote. So cute. Okay. Let me go take a potty break, and then we'll properly get into books for at least 30 minutes or an hour, so we can ostensibly call this a reading stream. Because we've crested 3 hours. We're at 3 hours and 17 minutes of just chatting. So yeah, it's I don't know how to feel about this, but thank you for being here. I'll be back as fast as I can manage, and hopefully you'll be here and we can I can read some books. Be right back. BRB in the chat as well. There we go. And I'm back. Victoria, reading like what nerds do? We do sometimes. Then again, there's certain types of nerds that don't read. They just blow straight through the quests. And then they go, wait, what was I supposed to do again? Where was I supposed to go? I am lost. Alright. Who do we still have? Who do we have left? What track is this? Journey's End. Oh, where did I realize I'm going to have to restart Oblivion? I retained 0. I can help fill you in if you'd like. Actually, word, since you're here, let me give you a proper rundown. No, not rundown. Primer for Oblivion. Do you have time? If you have like maybe 30 to 60 more minutes, I can get you a few different stories that are foundational. You've got 30. Okay, we're definitely doing On Oblivion. Short Life of Uriel, Septim the 7th. Modern Heretics? Modern Heretics, is that the right one? That is the right one. Warp in the West, way too long. And maybe part of the Oblivion Crisis? Yeah, we'll do maybe the first little bit of the Oblivion Crisis. The Oblivion Crisis is literally just the whole game, so I can't read the whole thing to you. But I'm cooking dinner right now, shooting for being ready in like half an hour. Okay, that works. That's not that. Okay, we have roughly 30 minutes worth of stories. That will be a good primer for things that you need to know before you play Oblivion. Jinx, the most important thing is that you know that Emperor Urethra Septim is a weirdo that keeps dreaming about you. Yes, and for some reason when you get the Amulet of Kings from him, it keeps slipping off. Like it's slippery for some reason. Oh wait, no, not Modern Heretics. Not Modern Heretics. And not the rear guard. We need... Where's the Amulet of Kings? There we go. There's the Amulet of Kings. Okay, here we go. Okay. We've got the primers and everything. Oh yeah, the amulet definitely isn't covered in lube. Yeah, I know. It's definitely not lube. Probably, maybe, I hope. That's not lube, right? Oh, and let me change over the category to ish. There we go. Jinx, I think I'd prefer it to be lube over the alternative. That's fair. That is, that's something to think about, isn't it? Red Sparrow the Emperor was into some stuff. I mean, he's had a long, colorful life. I'm sure he has plenty of experiences. And plenty of places and people to get those from. Welcome to the stream, Red Sparrow. I'm just about to do a primer for people getting into Oblivion. So here is the first, which is the Amulet of Kings. The Amulet of Kings, written by Menengris Monahona. In the first years of the First Era, a powerful race of elves called the Aliens, or Heartland Elves, the Heartland High Elves, ruled central Tamriel with an iron hand. The high and haughty Aliens relied on the patrons, the treacherous Daedra lords, to provide armies of Daedra with dead spirits. With these fearless magical armies, the aliens preyed without mercy upon the young races of men, slaughtering or enslaving them at their whim. On behalf of the suffering human races, Saint Alessia the First, in the line of Cyrodiils, sought the aid of Akatosh, the dragon god of time, and ruler of the noble Aedra. Akatosh, looking with pity upon the plight of men, drew precious blood from his own heart, and blessed Saint Alessia with this blood of dragons, and made a covenant that so long as Alessia's generations were true to the dragon blood, Akatosh would endeavor to seal tight the gates of Oblivion, and to deny the armies of Daedra and undead to their enemies, the Daedra-loving Aliens. In token of this covenant, Akatosh gave to Alessia and her descendants the Amulet of Kings and the eternal dragon fires of the Imperial City. Thus does Alessia become the first gem in the Cyrodiilic Amulet of Kings. The gem is the red diamond in the middle of the amulet. This is the symbol of the Empire, and later taken as the symbol of the Septim line. It is surrounded by 8 other gems, 1 for each of the divines. So long as the Emperor shall maintain its worship of Akatosh and his kin, and so long as Alessia's heirs shall bear the Amulet of Kings, Akatosh and his divine kin maintain a strong barrier between Tamriel and Oblivion, so that mortal man need never again fear the devastating summoned hosts of the Daedra lords. But if the Empire should slacken in its dedication to the 9 divines, or if the blood of Alessia's heirs should fail, then shall the barriers between Tamriel and the Daedra realms fall, and Daedra worshippers might summon lesser Daedra and undead spirits to trouble the races of men. And that was the Amulet of Kings. Word taking notes. Jing's considering the main objective in Daggerfall is to reclaim a very spicy letter. Yeah, I'd say he was into some stuff. That's true, isn't it? That is the whole reason you are sent by Uriel the Seventh as the protagonist of Daggerfall. Okay, I retained all of that? Damn. That's good to hear. So this is a short life of Uriel Septim the Seventh, written by Rufus Hain, which I did talk a little bit about. I summarized this to you, but here it is in full. And this is Grandpa Uriel, the one that you see. As a personal note, this book covers events leading up to, but not including, the Oblivion Crisis of 3rd Era 433, early within which Emperor Uriel Septim VII is assassinated by members of the Daedric cult, the Mythic Dawn. This includes the events taking place in the Elder Scrolls Arena, Daggerfall, and Morrowind. 3rd Era 368 to 389. Strategist and Conciliator. The early decades of Emperor Uriel's life were marked by aggressive expansion and consolidation of imperial influence throughout the Empire, but especially in the east, in Morrowind and Blackmarsh, where the Empire's power was limited. Imperial culture was weak, and native customs and traditions were strong and staunchly opposed to assimilation. During this period, Uriel greatly benefited from the arcane support and shrewd counsel of his close advisor, the Imperial battle mage, Yagar Tharn. The story of Uriel's marriage to the Princess Calavoria is a less happy tale, though she was a beautiful and charming woman, and greatly loved and admired by the people. The Empress was a deeply unpleasant, arrogant, ambitious, and grasping woman. She snared Uriel Septim with her feminine wiles, but Uriel Septim thereafter soon regretted his mistake, and was repelled by her. They heartily detested one another, and went out of their way to hurt one another. Their children were the victims of this unhappy marriage. With his agile mind and vaunting ambition, Uriel soon outstripped his master in the balanced skills of threat and diplomacy. Uriel's success in co-opting House Hlaalu as an advance guard of imperial culture and economic development in Morrowind is a noteworthy example. However, Uriel also grew in pride and self-assurance, and Yagar Tharn fed Uriel's pride, and, hiding behind the mask of an outpaced former master counselor, Tharn purchased the complete trust that led finally to Uriel's betrayal and imprisonment in Oblivion, and Tharn's secret usurpation of the imperial throne. Third Era 389 to 399. Betrayed and imprisoned. Little is known of Uriel's experience while trapped in Oblivion. He says he remembers nothing but an endless sequence of waking and sleeping nightmares. He says he believed himself to be dreaming and had no notion of the passage of time. Publicly, he long claimed to have no memory of the dreams and nightmares of his imprisonment, but from time to time, during the interviews with the Emperor that formed the basis of this biography, he would relate details of nightmares he had, and would describe them as similar to the nightmares he had when he was imprisoned in Oblivion. He seemed not so much unwilling as incapable of describing the experience. But it is clear that the experience changed him. In 3rd Era 389, he was a young man full of pride, energy, and ambition. During the Restoration, after his rescue and return to the throne, he was an old man, grave, patient, and cautious. He also became conservative and pessimistic, where the policies of his early life were markedly bold, even rash. Uriel accounts for this change as a reaction to and revulsion for the early teachings and counsel of Yagathon. However, Uriel's exile in oblivion also clearly drained and wasted him in body and spirit, though his mind retained the shrewd cunning and flexibility of his youth. The story of Tharn's magical impersonation of the Emperor, the unmasking of Tharn's imposture by Queen Berenzia, and the roles played by King Eadware, Rhea Selmain, and her champion in assembling the Staff of Chaos, defeating the renegade Imperial battle mage Yagathon, and restoring Uriel to the throne, is treated at length in Stern Gambode's excellent 3-volume biography of Berenzia. There is no reason to recount that narrative here. Summarized briefly, Yagathon's neglect and mismanagement of imperial affairs resulted in a steady decline in the empire's economic prosperity, allowed many petty lords and kings to challenge the authority of the empire, and permitted strong local rulers in the east and the west to indulge in open warfare over lands and sovereign rights. Third Era 399 to 415. Restoration, the Miracle of Peace, and Vardenfell. During the Restoration, Uriel's septum turned from the aggressive campaign of military intimidation and diplomatic accommodation of his earlier years, and relied instead on clandestine manipulation of affairs behind the scenes, primarily through the agencies of the various branches of the Blades. A complete assessment of the methods and objectives of this period must wait until the Emperor's death, when the voluminous diaries archived at his country estate may be opened to the public, and when the Blades no longer need to maintain secrecy to protect the identities of its agents. Two signal achievements of this period point to the efficacy of Uriel's subtle policies. The, quote, Miracle of Peace, also popularly known as the Warp in the West, that transformed the Iliac Bay region from an unruly assortment of warring petty kingdoms into the well-ordered and peaceful modern counties of Hammerfell, Sentinel, Wayrest, Orsinium, and the colonization of Vardenfell, presided over by the skillful machinations of King Helseth of Morrowind and Lady Berenzia, the Queen Mother, which brought Morrowind more closely into the sphere of imperial influence. Third Era 415 to 430, the Golden Peace, King Helseth's court, and the Nine in the east. Following the Miracle of Peace, the Warp in the West, best described in Per Vetterson's Daggerfall, A Modern History, the Empire entered a state of peace and prosperity comparable to the early years of Uriel's reign, with the Imperial heartland and west solidly integrated into the Empire. Uriel was able to turn his full attention to the east, to Morrowind. Exploiting conflicts at the heart of Morrowind's monolithic tribunal religion and the long-established Great House's system of government, and taking advantage of the terrible threat that the corrupted divine beings at the heart of the tribunal religion presented to the growing colonies on Vardenfell, Uriel worked through shadowy agents of the Blades and through the court of King Helseth and Mournhold to shift the center of political power in Morrowind from the Great House councils to Helseth's court, and took advantage of the collapse of the orthodox tribunal cults to establish the Nine Divines as the dominant faiths in Halalu and Vardenfell districts. Hasvat Antabolis's treatment of the establishment of the Nine in the East in his 4-volume Life and Times of the Nerevarine is comprehensive. However, he fails to resolve the central mystery of this period. How much did Uriel know about the prophecies of the Nerevarine? And how did he learn of their significance? The definitive resolution of this and other mysteries must await the future release of the Emperor's private papers, or a relenting of the Blade's strict policies of secrecy concerning their agents. That was a short life of Uriel Septim III, and that goes up to a third era 430. The Oblivion Crisis starts in third era 433. Now, let's see. The Nerevarine mentioned? And also suggestions that Uriel Septim, Grandpa Uriel Septim VII may have also seen the Nerevarines face in his dreams. Oh, Tema Masliev, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Welcome to Succubard's Library. I hope you enjoy your time here. Unfortunately, my throat is telling me that probably after this and maybe on Oblivion, I might have to call it today. I have chicken on hand. This is fantastic. Glad to hear that word. Oh, thank you, I'll tell you. Jinx, that weirdo needs to stop dreaming about people. To be fair, this whole however many years spent in Oblivion was spent dreaming. He's had way more time than most of us. I'm sure he's run out of material at this point. Can't just make shit up forever, right? Sometimes you need a little hand from reality. Let me pour myself just a little bit more tea. The tea is becoming rather instrumental in keeping me going today. To be fair then, not my throat, or not the rest of my body, but very specifically my throat today. Which is again really sad because I want to keep going. But I think we'll do these 2 short stories and then have to call it a day. No. I know roughly where I have to stop with this. This is the Oblivion Crisis, which summarizes the events of the Oblivion Crisis. I'll tell you, be sure to have some honey tea after stream to help throat recover. Oh. In one of the few examples of forethought that I have in my life, I have a whole thermos full. Probably a good 750 milliliters, maybe a whole liter, of honey lemon tea prepped before every stream. And so that's what I poured right now. I get the mug, which is nice and warm. And I get to sip and soothe my throat as I'm doing the stream. My throat would absolutely not survive stream if if I tried to go through stream without it and just it's like water for the stream? That would be, would not survive. Honey lemon tea is so good. Yeah, it really is. So this is the beginning part of the Oblivion Crisis, written by Praxis Sarcorum. Oh, Mochi-chan! Welcome, welcome. Welcome to the Succubard's library. Thanks for the follow. I hope you have a cozy time here. Tea! Yup, tea. I need a sip emote, don't I? Well, I guess I can, wait, Buff Pup has an actual mug sip emote? Hi! Hi, hello! Straw sip. This is more accurate to my water. My tea does not get sipped through a straw. That would be horrible and would burn me every time. And it wouldn't feel like tea. Now let's see here. This is the Oblivion Crisis, or part of it. I'm going only up to what Word knows right now. I'm sorry I can't read the rest of it for the rest of you, but another day. Another day. At the turning point of the Fourth Age, in the year Third Era 433, the Emperor Uriel Septim VII was assassinated, and the Amulet of Kings was destroyed. This set in motion a chain of events that would bring down an empire and change forever the relationship between man and the gods. The assassins first attacked the Emperor in the White Gold Tower. While the Blades held them back, the Emperor made his way down to the dungeons to a secret escape route built into one of the prison cells. For reasons known only to himself, the Emperor pardoned the fortunate prisoner in that cell. Some say the prisoner reminded him of a childhood friend. Others say it was a moment of prophecy. Whatever the case, the prisoner came to play a fateful role in the history of the Empire and Tamriel. Surely a sign that the gods themselves were at work. The pursuing assassins killed the Blade's bodyguards in a relentless series of sneak attacks. Eventually, they struck down the Emperor himself. Before he fell, Uriel Septim VII gave the Amulet of Kings to the prisoner, who somehow made it out of the Imperial sewers and into the light of day. The assassination is now known to have been the work of a group of Daedric cultists known as the Mythic Dawn. Those of you who still suspect the Dark Brotherhood should consider two facts. First, they would have only needed a single assassin, not a small army of them. Second, the Dark Brotherhood would never be so foolish as to effectively declare war on the Empire and thus ensure their complete destruction, witness to the eventual fall of the Mythic Dawn. And I have to cut that particular tale there. The next part mentions Joffre, which you've met Joffre, but then there are some inconvenient details that I don't wish to spoil you with. The P emote word. The P emote. For anybody wondering, P is PEA. Pepsi tea. That is the suspicious bottle that Word, cute little Word there, is holding up like she just found a dungeon compass or a boss key. It should be Tepsy. I think you were outvoted, weren't you? Besides, calling it Tepsy would be prescriptivist. Word drinks pee? Oh, no, PEA. On camera, if memory serves. Every single rat in my chat vetoed Tepsy. I'm proud of your chat. Chaos gremlins, the lot of them. 3 times on camera, Word has had pee. Well. Hey, at least it's not Pegnog. Victoria, what in the sweet hells is Pegnog? Is it a verb or is it a noun? It's Pepsi and eggnog. Okay. Pepsi and eggnog. I can't say I'm particularly appetized, but Victoria, I know not why my Finnish friends are like what they are. The Finnish get a pass. The Finnish get a pass. Cramptonator, Pilk, Pepsi and milk. Yeah, there is that, isn't there? Word also drinks Pilk. Pepsi and eggnog are both spiced drinks. Interesting. Pepsi is a spiced drink. Huh. Oh. Your Finnish friend also drinks Pilk? Fair. Finnish. And now, one final story as a primer for Word, who has just started up her Oblivion playthrough. By the way, Word, are you going to do more Oblivion on stream? Or are you going to do it off stream? Vanini, I've been on the phone trying to reach my bank. I've been on hold for 20 minutes. Oh dear. Oh dear. Hopefully I can make time pass a little quicker. This is real adulting, yeah. Word probably on for the most part. Okay. If any of you want to see Oblivion playthrough, Benini is going into it blind, and I think so is Word. I did a shout out for Benini earlier, but also she's right there. You can click on her name. And Word is also starting it up. Benini does it Sunday afternoons, UTC minus 6? UTC minus 6. So, yeah. And Benini is 30-ish hours into it, I think. Word is but a few hours in, tops. Not even a few, a couple. And of that, we're not sure how much she has retained. Thanks, Octavia. Of course. As a note, if you go to Benini's, you may see me there as well. Two sleep-deprived, horny chat hours. Yes, they were. They were wonderfully fun 2 hours. Speaking of Word, could I possibly get the VOD file for just that? Not the whole 24 hours, but for that portion? For sure? Okay, thank you. So here is the final story. This may seem a little, not quite necessary, but for me, this feels like very important Oblivion primer. Gotta love the horny chat. My chat is full of brats. Oh. I wonder what my chat is full of. Maybe good little boyos and girlies and dembies. Silly little gay people. Eepy little gay people, usually. Vanini, you love your brats. I wonder what sort of people I attract. For stream, I mean. Kit Kat. Kit Kat. Benini, if I don't slap on them, if I don't slap them around, then who will? That's true. Somebody has to. Word, your chat is full of gremlins. Feels like a lot of ADHD streamers get gremlin chats. Some are even gremlin queens. Silly little gay people for both possible interpretations. Possibly. Banana, your chat tabby seems to be filled with trans girls. I'm guessing like 80% trans girls, yeah. Or at the very least, if the chatters are anything to go by. At the very, like, maybe not 80% trans girls, 80% trans femmes. And I don't know why. It was like this when I was a flesh tuber too. Like, it hasn't really changed too much. Victoria, what sort of estrogen-laced catnip do you leave lying about for us? I don't know. All I have is normal catnip, and I'm fairly sure it's fairly stale by this point. Cramtodator, I'm here for the books. Ah, fair. There are a few people that are like that. Jinx, just a weird dude. That's fair too. Manini minus furries, trans girls, brats, subby people, and Dark Raven 96. That's very true. That's very true. That's cramped and Jinx. That's why I said maybe like 80% trans femmes. At least in chat. Among lurkers, I have less idea of who watches, unfortunately, but I do seem to draw a lot of trans femmes, and I'm not quite sure why. Like, I can take some guesses, but I don't know if it doesn't feel like they go all the way to properly explaining things. Granted, I'm okay with it. Like, you know, Succubus Bard reads esoteric fictional lore to you to sleep to. It's sort of already niche. It's like, you know, I'm not in it for the broad public appeal. And just like Comfy, this is our vibe, the ethereal, elegant hangout. Oh, thank you. I'm glad it can be. Sparrow, I'm here for the chill vibes. I like the ASMR, the lore, the cool atmosphere. I'm glad I could provide it. Alright, one last story. On Oblivion by Maureen Zenis. It is improper, however customary, to refer to the denizens of the dimension of Oblivion as, quote, demons. This practice probably dates to the Lessian doctrines of the first-era prophet Maruk, which, rather amusingly, forbade, quote, traffic with daemons, unquote, and then neglected to explain what daemons were. It is most probable that daemon is a misspelling or etymological rendition of daedra, the old elven word for these strange, powerful creatures of uncertain motivation who hail from the dimension of oblivion. Daedra is actually the plural form, the singular is Daedroth. In a later tract by King Hael the Pious of Skyrim, almost 1,000 years after the publication of the original doctrines, the evil machinations of his political enemies are compared to, quote, the wickedness of the demons of oblivion. Their depravity equals that of sanguine itself. They are cruel as Boethia, calculating as Molag Bal, and mad as Sheogorath. Hael the Pious thus long-windedly introduced 4 of the Daedra lores written to record. But the written record is not, after all, the best way to research Oblivion and the Daedra who inhabit it. Those who, quote, traffic with diamonds, unquote, seldom wish it to be a matter of public account. Nevertheless, scattered throughout the literature of the first era are diaries, journals, notices for witch burnings, and guides for Daedra slayers. These I have used as my primary source material. They are at least as trustworthy as the Daedra lords I have actually summoned and spoken with at length. Oh dear, a raid. Thank you, Crimsy Blaze. Let me read the rest of this real quick. It's just a quick few minutes, and then I can give you a proper hello and proper thank you. Welcome, Raiders. Reading On Oblivion by Maureen Zenis from, I believe this is Elder Scrolls 2 Daggerfall, but also available in Oblivion, Morrowind, and Skyrim. Apparently, Oblivion is a place composed of many lands, thus the many names for which Oblivion is synonymous. Cold Harbor, Quagmire, Moonshadow, etc. It may be correctly supposed that each land of Oblivion is ruled over by one prince. The Daedra princes whose names appear over and over in ancient records, though this is not an infallible test of their authenticity or explicit existence to be sure, are the aforementioned Sanguine, Boethia, Molag Bal, and Sheogorath, and, in addition, Azura, Mephala, Clavicus Vile, Vermina, Malakath, Hormuz, or Hermius, or Hormius, or Herma, there seems to be no accepted spelling, Mora, Namira, Jigalak, Nocturnal, Mehrunes, Dagon, and Periat. Crimsy, you gotta go sleep. I hope you have a great one. See you. Okay, thank you again. Night-night. Make sure to take a sip and a munch if you can. And have a wonderful sleep. Sweet dreams. From my experience, Daedra are a mixed lot. It is almost impossible to categorize them as a whole, except for their immense power and penchant for extremism. Be that as it may, I have here attempted to do so in a few cases, purely for the sake of scholastic expediency. LemonStxDesign, Molag Bal, Periite, Boethia, and Varmina, these 5, are the most consistently demonic of the Daedra, in the sense that their spheres seem to be destructive in nature. The other Daedra can, of course, be equally dangerous, but seldom purely for the sake of destruction as these 5 can. Nor are these previous 5 identical in their destructiveness. LemonStxDesign seems to prefer natural disasters and earthquakes and volcanoes for venting his anger. Molag Bal elects the employment of other Daedra, and Boethia inspires the arms of mortal warriors. Periite's sphere seems to be pestilence, and Vermina's torture. In preparation for the next installment in this series, I will be investigating 2 matters that have intrigued me since I began my career as a Daedra researcher. The first is on one particular Daedroth, perhaps yet another Daedra prince, referred to in multiple articles of Incunabula as Haircene. Haircene has been called, quote, the huntsman of the princes, unquote, and, quote, the father of man-beasts, unquote. But I have yet to find anyone who can summon him. The other, perhaps more doubtful goal I have is to find a practical means for mortal men to pass through to oblivion. It has always been my philosophy that we need only fear that which we do not understand. And with that thought in mind, I ever pursue my objective. And that was on Oblivion, which I believe is required reading for anybody getting into Oblivion, especially for the first time, for any of you who are just getting into the Oblivion Remastered. Now, welcome, Raiders. And thank you again, Crimsy Plays. Let me get Crimsy a shout out real quick. There we go. Now, what were you up to, Crimsy? Welcome, Lucius Darkmar. So, what was Crimsy playing before raiding in? Was it? No, that's not the right one. Oh, an ASMR stream. I saw the clips from Repo and went, wait, a Repo streamer? So welcome. My name is Octavia con Amore. I'm a Succubard, a succubus bard. It turns out that there are more and less strenuous ways to get energy from people. Most of the time I read, and I think most of what we've read for a while now has been various books from the Elder Scrolls games. So that was On Oblivion, of course, which talks about the realms, the various realms of Oblivion, and the Daedra, which are important knowledge to go into Oblivion with, the game, Oblivion, capital O. And we read all sorts of other things. Some are more lore heavy, some are more story heavy. Raven, Lady Tab, you have a raid recommendation. Rainsis is streaming Tess Online Gaming on YouTube, though. Unfortunately, I can't raid into YouTube, which sucks. And I don't think if Rain could just duo stream, because I know she does. She's done it before. So yeah. But I think perhaps with the raiders coming in, we'll do just one more. Been going for a while, and unfortunately today my throat is not having it. So we'll do 3 minutes of ads real quick to turn off the pre-rolls. Darn pre-rolls. And then do another medium-length story. And then we'll probably raid into Spexifier. One more story, one more story. Does anybody have a story they'd like to hear? Or would you like me to choose? I wonder if I have enough tea for this. I do. I do have enough tea. Oh, now what did I miss in chat? Banini. Oh, like a kind of submissive cutie, honestly. Just kind of passenger princess. Passenger princess. Passenger princess? Interesting. It's not a term that I know. I know what a pillow princess is, but not a passenger princess. Jinx, Lusty Argonian Maid. Okay. I'll read a Lusty Argonian Maid and one more story. Because Lusty Argonian Maid hardly counts as a story. That poor thing is terribly short. Sweet, but short. Lusty Argonian Maid, horny. The Lusty Argonian Maid is always horny. Banani, Pillow Princess kind of has a negative connotation, even though it shouldn't. And I didn't want Dark Raven to look that up and see it as negative. That is fair. And rather considerate of you. Passenger Princess. I'll have to remember that term. Now let's see. What? Right, we need to go find Lusty Argonian Maid. So this is the Lusty Argonian Maid Volume 1. And this is done in play format. This is a script. This is a excerpt from Act 4, Scene 3. This is between Lifts Her Tail, who is an Argonian, the titular Lusty Argonian Maid, not Lusty, as a note. Innocent, perhaps. And Crantius Colto, who is also the writer of the play The Lusty Argonian Maid. When you want to talk about self-insert characters. This is a ostensibly clothed but obviously naked self-insert character. Act 4, Scene 3, continued. Certainly not, kind sir. I am here but to clean your chambers. Is that all you've come for, little one? My chambers? I have no idea what it is you imply, master. I am but a poor Arconian maid. So you are, my dumpling, and a good one at that. Such strong legs and shapely tail. You embarrass me, sir. Fear not, you are safe here with me. I must finish my cleaning, sir. The mistress will have my head if I do not. Cleaning, eh? I have something for you. Here, polish my spear. But it is huge. It could take me all night. Plenty of time, my sweet. Plenty of time. And that is Act 4, Scene 3. I mean, Raven, strong legs are good. No matter whether they're femme or masc. Thighs are thighs. Now, let's read a story, shall we? Panini, honestly, people who hate pillow prints are just giving insecurity. That's fair. Red Sparrow. I like the dinner one. Can't remember the name. A game at dinner. That was the name. Now there's one. A game at dinner. I don't have that in that library. Let me go find it real quick. I do know which story you're talking about, though. I don't remember how long it is, which is... There it is. Game at dinner. Whew, 2,300 words. Thanks again. Thanks for the stream. Gotta head out. Thank you, Word. Thank you for being here. Hopefully you enjoyed it, and hopefully it was a good primer for your Oblivion run. Victoria, are you sure it's not an autobiography? Good question. It may be. Panini, Word, thanks for the sub. Bye-bye. And thank you for all the subs. Thank you for all the gift subs. Now we have 2 emote slots to work with. Oh. I said I would run ads. I did not run ads. Let me run ads before I read this here. And that's interesting. I wonder if something is on my glasses. Panini, ads don't affect me anymore? Oh. Take care of Word. Take care of thyself. Self-care is important, especially for streamers. We are rather a bunch that, well, could hardly identify self-care if it, came on stream and started spamming. Jinx, that's never affected me. You have turbo, right? Which just means no ads across all of Twitch. I've definitely considered getting that as well. Oh, rest the eyes? Okay, yeah, that would work. Thank you for the redeem. See, streamers, we don't remember self-care. And posture check, oh my, oh my. Turbo for the win? Yeah. I've definitely considered it. I don't have the funds at the moment for it, but I have one real sub and one prime sub that I use every month on LemonStxDesign and Girl DM for their emote sets because they're just, it's impossible for me to live without them. But if I had funds every month, Turbo would be the next thing I would reach for, I think. So how Rest the Eyes works is every X minutes, you look 20 meters away for 20 seconds. If you don't have 20 meters to work with, take the longest distance you can, 20 seconds, right? And in my case, sorry, the tracking goes a little wonky, but I have about 10 meters to work with, which is plenty. Soften the muscles around your eyes. Look all the way down, and then maybe focus on something a little closer. Let your eyes go through the various focal lengths. And if you really know how to work your eyes, then go past the thing. So the feeling is actually the opposite of crossing your eyes, like bringing your focal point to the bridge of your nose. You can actually bring your focal point out to near infinity. And you get the same complete blurriness of vision, but it's it's your eyes focal distance growing instead of diminishing to the bridge of your nose. Raven, reminder to take care of thyself too, fair lady. I'll remind thee as many times as needed. The same on Lady Bunny yesterday too, on her stream. I appreciate it. Is he a prince, or is he the raven on the shoulder that talks sense to you, like, hey, a sip would be good, and a stretch. You need one of those every a few months. And also a stretch wasn't there, and a sip. Oh my, these have gotten out of control while I wasn't looking. Can I be both? You could. All right, welcome back. So we'll take a sip of the last of the tea. Now this story, and thank you Red Sparrow for the recommendation. This is a good one. Although it does talk of assassinations and poison and psychological games. games for some people, life and death for others. You know how it goes. Actually, if you do know how these sort of things go, my condolences, and I am worried for your safety and mental well-being. A game at dinner, written by an anonymous spy. These are a spy's observations upon poison making and a dinner party. Forward from the publisher. The history behind this letter is almost as interesting and dark as the story it tells. The original letters to the mysterious Darnane was copied and began circulating around the ashlands of Vardenfell a few months ago. In time, a print found its way to the mainland, and Prince Halalu Helseth's palace outside Almalexia. While the reader may conclude that, after reading this letter, that the prince would be furious about such a work, impugning his highness with great malevolence, quite the reverse was true. The prince and his mother, Queen Berenzia, had it privately printed into bound copies and sent to libraries and booksellers throughout Morrowind. As a matter of record, the prince and queen have not officially stated whether the book is a work of pure imagination or based on an actual occurrence. The house dress has publicly denounced the work, and indeed no one named Darnane, despite the suggestions in the letter, have ever been linked to the house. We leave the reader to interpret the letter as they believe. Forward by Neris Gan, publisher. Next is the body of the letter. Dark Liege Darnane. You asked for a detailed description of my experience last night and the reasons for my plea to house dress for another assignment. I hope I have served you well in my capacity as informant in the court of Prince Helseth, a man who, I have stated in many previous reports, could teach Molag Bol how to scheme. As you know, I spent nearly a year now working my way into his inner circle of advisors. He was in need of friendship when I first arrived in Morrowind, and eagerly took me in, and a few others. Still, he was disinclined to trust any of us, which is perhaps not surprising given his tenuous position in Morrowind society. For your unholiness's recollection, the prince is the eldest son of Berenzia, who was once the queen of Morrowind and once the queen of the High Rock Kingdom of Wayrest. At the death of her husband, Prince Helseth's stepfather, King Eadwyr, there was a power struggle between the prince and Eadwyr's daughter, the Princess Elisana. Though the details of what transpired are imperfect, it is clear that Elisana won the battle and became queen, banishing Helseth and Berenzia. Berenzia's only other child, Morgaya, had already left court to marry and became queen of the Somerset Isle kingdom of Firsthold. Berenzia and Helseth crossed the continent to return to Morrowind only last year. They were well received by Baron Sia's uncle, our current king, Athen Lethen. No, Athen Lethen, who had taken the throne after Baron Sia's abdication more than 40 years ago. Baron Sia made it clear that she had no designs on claiming the throne, but merely to retire to her family estates. Helseth, as you know, has lingered in the royal court, and many have whispered that while he lost the throne of Wayrest, he does not intend to lose the throne of Morrowind at Lethen's death. I've kept your Unholiness informed of the prince's movements, meetings, and plots, as well as the names and characters of his other advisors. As you may recall, I've often thought that I was not the only spy in Helseth's court. I told you before that a particular Dumber counselor of Helseth looked like a fellow I had seen in the company of Thaler Sarioni, the arch-canon of the Tribunal Temple. Another, a young Nord woman, has been verified to visit the Imperial Fortress in Balmora. Of course, in their cases, they might well have been on Helseth's own business, but I couldn't be certain. I had begun to think myself paranoid as the prince himself when I found myself doubting the sincere loyalty of the prince's chamberlain, Burgess, a Breton who had been in his employ since his days in the court of Wayrest. That is background on that night. Last night. Yesterday morning, I received a curt invitation to dine with the prince. Based only on my paranoia, I dispatched one of my servants, who is a good and loyal servant of House Dress, to watch the palace and report back anything unusual. Just before dinner, he returned and told me what he had witnessed. A man cloaked in rags had been given entrance into the palace, and he stayed there for some time. When he left, my servant saw his face beneath the cloak. An alchemist of infamous repute, said to be a leading supplier of exotic poisons. A fine observer, my servant also noticed that the alchemist entered the palace smelling of wickweed, bittergreen, and something alien and sweet. When he left, he was odorless. He had come to the same conclusion that I did. The prince had procured ingredients to prepare a poison. Bittergreen alone is deadly when eaten raw. The other ingredients suggested something far deeper, as your unholiness can doubtless imagine. I went to dinner that night, prepared for any eventuality. All of Prince Helseth's other counselors were in attendance, and I noticed that all were slightly apprehensive. Of course, I imagined that I was in a nest of spies, and all knew of the prince's mysterious meeting. It is just as likely that some knew of the alchemist's visit, while others were simply concerned by the nature of the prince's invitation, and still others merely unconsciously adopted the tense disposition of their fellow, better informed counselors. The prince, however, was in fine mettle, and soon had everyone relaxed and at ease. At 9, we were all ushered into his dining hall where the feast had been laid out. And with the feast, honeyed core apples, fragrant stews, roasts in various blood sauces, and every variety of fish and fowl, expertly and ostentatiously prepared. Crystal and gold flagons of wine, Flynn, Shane, Mazda were at our seats to be savoured as appropriate with each course. As tantalizing as the aromas were, it occurred to me that in such a maze of spices and flavours, a discreet poison would be undetectable. Throughout the meal, I maintained the illusion of eating the food and drinking the liquor, but I was surreptitious and swallowed nothing. Finally, the plates and foods were cleared from the table. A tureen of a spicy broth was placed in the center of the banquet. The servant who brought it then retired, closing the banquet hall door behind him. "It smells divine, my prince," said the Marchioness Kogar, the Nordwoman. "But I cannot eat another thing." "Your Highness," I added, feigning a tone of friendliness and slight intoxication, "you know that everyone at this table would gladly die to put you on the throne of Morrowind. Is it really necessary that we gorge ourselves to death?" The others at the table agreed with appreciative groans. Prince Helseth smiled. "I swear by Vermina the Gifter, my dark liege, even you have never seen a smile such as this one." Ironic words. You see, an alchemist visited me today, as some of you doubtless already know. He showed me how to make a marvelous poison and its antidote. A most potent potion, excellent for my purposes. No restoration spell will aid you once you've ingested it. Only the antidote in the tureen will save you from certain death. And what a death, from what I am eager to see if the effects are all that the alchemist promised. It should be horribly painful for the affected, but quite entertaining. No one said a word. I could feel my heart beating hard in my chest. "Your Highness," said Alarat, the dumber I suspected of alliance with the temple, "have you poisoned someone at this table?" "You are Very astute, Alarat, said Prince Helseth, looking about the table, eyeing each of his advisors carefully. Little wonder I value your counsel, as indeed I value all in this room. It would be perhaps easiest for me to say who I haven't poisoned. I haven't poisoned any who serve but one master, any whose loyalty to me is sincere. I haven't poisoned any person who wants to see King Helseth on the throne of Morrowind. I haven't poisoned anyone who isn't a spy for the Empire, the Temple, the House Telvanni, the House Redoran, the House Indoril, the House Dre. Yeah, Unholiness, he looked directly at me at his last words. I know that in certainty. My face is practiced at keeping my thoughts from showing, but I immediately thought of every secret meeting I've had, every coded message I sent to you in the house, my Dark Liege. What could he know? What could he, even without knowing, suspect? I felt my heart beating even faster. Was it fear? Or was it poison? I couldn't speak. Certainly, certain as I was that my voice would betray my consort. Those loyal to me, who wish harm on my enemies, may be wondering how can I be certain that the poison has been ingested. It is possible that the guilty party, or dare I say party, were suspicious and merely pretended to eat and drink tonight. Of course. But even the craftiest of pretenders would have to raise a glass to their lips or put empty forks and spoons in their mouths to play the charade. The food, you see, was not poisoned. The cups and cutlery were. If you did not partake out of fear, you are poisoned just the same, and sadly missed an excellent roast. Sweat beaded on my face, and I turned from the prince so he would not see. My fellow advisors, rose and sea. From the Marchioness Kolga, white with fear, to Kima ineffable, visibly shaking. From the furrowed and angry brow of Alarat to the statue-like stare of Burgess. I couldn't help thinking then, could the prince's entire counselorship be comprised of nothing but spies? Was there any person at the table loyal? And then I thought, what if I were not a spy myself? Would I trust Helseth to know that? No one knows better than it is his advisors both the depth of the prince's paranoia and the utter implacability of his ambition. If I were not a spy for the House Dress, even then would I be safe. Could a loyalist be poisoned because of a not so innocent misjudgment? Others must have been thinking the same, loyalist and spies alike. While my mind whirled, I could hear the prince's voice, addressing all assembled. The poison acts quickly now, quickly. If the antidote is not taken 1 minute from now, there will be death at the table. I couldn't decide whether I had been poisoned or not. My stomach ached, but I reminded myself it might have been the result of sitting at a sumptuous banquet and not partaking. My heart shook in my chest, and a bitter taste like trauma root stung my lips. Again, was it fear or poison? These are the last words you will hear if you are disloyal to me, said Prince Healthseth, still smiling that damned smile as he watched his advisors squirming in their seats. Take the antidote and live. Could I believe him? I thought of what I knew of the prince and his character. Would he kill a self-confessed spy at his court? Or would he rather send the vanquished back to his masters? The prince was ruthless, but either possibility was within his manner. Surely the theatricality of this whole dinner was meant to be a presentation to instill fear. What would my ancestors say if I joined them after sitting at a table, eventually dying of poison? What would they say if I took the antidote, confessing my allegiance to you and the house dress, and was summarily executed? And I confess, I thought of what you might do to me even after I was dead. I had grown so lightheaded and filled with my own thoughts that I didn't see Burgess jump from his seat. I was only suddenly aware that he had the tureen in his hands and was gulping down the liquid within. There were guards all around, though I noticed them entering. Burgess, said Prince Healthseth, still smiling. You've spent some time at Ghostgate. House Redoran? You didn't know? Burgess laughed sourly. No house. I report to your stepsister, the Queen of Wayrest. I've always been in her employ. Akatosh, you poisoned me because you thought I worked for those damnable dark elves. You're half right, said the prince. I didn't guess who you were working for, or even that you were a spy. But you're also wrong about me poisoning you. You poisoned yourself when you drank from the tureen. Your Unholiness, you do not need to hear how Burgess died. I know you have seen much over the many, many years of your existence, but you truly do not want to know. I wish I could erase the memory of his agonies from my mind. The council was dismissed shortly thereafter. I do not know if Prince Helseth knows or suspects that I too am a spy. I do not know how many others last night, were as close as I was from drinking from the tureen before Burgess did. I only know that if the prince does not suspect me now, he will. I cannot win at the games he mastered long ago at the court of Wayrest, and I beg your unholiness, my dark liege Downhain, to use your influence in the house dress and dismiss your loyal servant from his charge. Publisher's note. Of course, the anonymous writer's signature has not been on any reprint of the letter since the original. And that was a game at dinner. It's a wonderful little story. Christian Pons, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Succubard's library. We have a wonderful, cozy time here. Jinx, I thought this was supposed to be a medium-length story, so you wouldn't strain your voice too much. I figured 20 minutes would be nice, and then I want a little more theatrical than usual. So it cost me 30. Which isn't too bad, my throat is actually not worsened. And I've had the last of my tea to keep me company. That was an awesome reading, thank you. It's my pleasure, Red Sparrow. Thank you for suggesting it. And thank you for being here through the whole story. It's a thing with requests. Sometimes the people that request them don't stay the whole time. It feels nice when someone who likes the story stays through the whole thing. Panini, Jinx, I was thinking the same thing. Not going to complain though. Red wedding us dinner. That's a good one. It really is. It really is. And it's interesting. This is one of those stories that is mostly story with some lore snuck in. You get to hear about Wayrest. You get to hear about Vardenfell, Alexia, the houses, the House Halal, House Dress, House, I don't know, romaine lettuce. There's 3. I never played Morrowind, is the thing. So the houses are very, very good at slipping from my mind. Your voice skills are inspiring. Oh, thank you. It doesn't feel like skill to me yet. So many good voice actors that I listen to and just go, how in the sweet hells do you manage that? And also, there are ASMR streamers who I listen to and think, how in the sweet, wonderful hells do you manage that? But I'm glad that my voice can bring some joy. And hopefully it gets better with time. Raven, yours is a lovely voice as well, my lady, in your own way. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Glasses against Mike. Jinx, Morrowind is so good. I'm sure it's hard for people that didn't grow up with it to enjoy, though, without extensive modding. Honestly, if I could get visual modding, I think I would enjoy the story. Actually, if you know about Morrowind modding, I don't know if I can spare the time to do, because I already have to do the Skyrim mod list. That's my main project. Azure Dragon Zara. Thank you for the follow. Thank you. Welcome to the Succubard's library. Hope you enjoy your time here. Jinx, would you have the spare capacity to help me with a Morrowind mod list by chance? Because I would love to play it on stream, but I don't know about it or Morrowind modding, and so a project like that feels extra daunting to me. Raven, I do recommend playing Morrowind using Open Morrowind and then do the modding there. Oh, I forgot you're Morrowind aficionado as well. Panini, I got the reference. Wait, there's a reference. Oh, the Red Wedding has dinner. Yes, the Red Wedding is... I can play the theme to the Red Wedding, right? It's Reigns of Castamere is the name of that piece. And for those of you who only know me for my time as a storyteller, a reader, a succubard. And I've spent most of my time playing violin and only regretfully had to put it down 4 months ago due to worsening long COVID and CEMFS. And so when I say I can play that, I mean I can play that on my violin as a solo piece. Jinx, unfortunately, don't know anything about modding anything. I grew up with consoles. My only playthrough so far is just on OG Xbox. Raven. Would you be open to helping me with it by chance? Again, I would love to do playthroughs of really Morrowind, Skyrim, Morrowind, Oblivion, and Skyrim. And again, I don't have the funds for the Oblivion remastered just yet, but I definitely accompany my friends playing it with some measure of envy. And that said, it's always interesting to be along for somebody else's playthrough. Because most of the time they don't do what I would do. They don't decide on to do the things that would be the natural, path for me. I don't seek out Azura's shrine as soon as they step out of the sewer grates, right? Banini unga, therefore I bunga. Yes. I think mostly I would be doing the magic side of things and maybe a tiny bit of melee to, I was about to say, beat people off, which as a Succubard may be taken the wrong way. But anyway. I thought about getting Oblivion, but on the other hand, I have Skyrim for free. That's fair. That's fair. I think for me currently my desire for Oblivion Remastered is the mod list would be short compared to Skyrim, whose mod list I have to rebuild from scratch. Which is annoying and time consuming. I have very, very little time and energy nowadays. I wish I could just go into the hyperbolic time chamber and assemble a Skyrim mod list. And then come back out. Banini, specific word choice there? Accident. Well, let's see. I was simply reporting what my I suppose it's the bard and the brain, isn't it, typing the words? So the bard types the words. And then the succubus takes that and reads it. And then goes, beat off the... Dear listeners, this is going to be taken completely the wrong way. This is not my fault. I am simply a reader. I did not write this. Victoria Local Succudog uses innuendos by accident. Quote, accident, unquote. And also, I think Morrowind is about $6 right now on Steam. Yeah, Morrowind is probably fairly cheap and within my budget. Oblivion Remaster is... I would probably have to get at least a few more recurring Coffee or Patreon supporters to afford that. Speaking of which, so I do upload videos of various readings to YouTube as well. And I stream there as well, so you can see the VODs in sort of degraded quality, audio quality. But if you'd like actual audio files, including FLAC files, and including not voice-only files. There's voice-only, and there's voice plus music files, and there's MP3s and FLACs. If you want access to those, everybody who's a monthly supporter on Ko-fi or Patreon has access to those, and will continue to have access to those as I record and upload, and usually access to them a day or two before I put up the video, because I'll get the audio figured out, get those files squared away, and then dawdle on the video a little bit. So, also you get credit in the videos. Jinx, I think Oblivion Remastered is on sale. I wouldn't mind gifting. Are you sure? That would be terribly generous of you. But is it on sale already? Have I just missed half a year of time or something? I genuinely have to check now. Because that's... Oh. I just realized it's not a brand new full game per se. Banini Duichi deserves. I don't know about deserve, but Raven, give me the raw data. The wall data. The wall data. The wall data. I can't make it speak, I'm sorry. Love.wave files? I haven't put .wave files. If a bunch of people want the raw wave files, well, I think FLAC is both more compressed and lossless. Shut up, Tavi, you deserve it more than me, that's for sure. Panini, you just got lucky because it was in your family share library. That makes sense. That makes sense. Wait, okay, I need to actually check this. Is it actually on sale now? It is. I think. Oh, wow. Accept the gift or else? Or what, Banini? Are you going to pout and bonk? Oh, the stompies. You see, that's actually a threat to me. It's unlike, effectively, the rest of your chat. That's not a turn on. I don't like pain. Okay. Jinx, just double checked it's on sale. Feel free to DM me on Discord after stream. We'll get it sorted. Okay. Thank you so much, Jinx. Thank you. You know, whispering. I was just reminded of, I forgot who said it, but whispering is evidently a little more strenuous for your voice than just barely voiced voice. For some reason? I don't know why. I don't remember. Anyway. Although I wouldn't stomp you like the chat, it's not the same. It's more of a kind stomp. Is this effectively the Chunkla smack on the head, but with love? just a bap. Or a bonk. There you go. For context, for anybody who hasn't been to Panini's streams, which, hey, check her out. She's a lot of fun. Plays all sorts of stuff, including Oblivion on every Sunday. But one of the things she's figured out is that you can do a points redeem for Stompies. And your profile pic gets placed. And then her big old thigh-high boots come down and go, stomp. So yeah, that's the Stompies redeem on her channel. That's a fairly unique one as redeems go. I have a fair number of friends who stream, who do various redeems. I know on my channel, I think the closest one is the Arara redeem, right? But I don't know if I've ever seen a fully animated thigh-high black leather boot stomp people as a channel reward, or a channel point reward. There is another bunny VTuber who has a little script that detects words in chat and puts people in horny jail if they detect certain words. That was a lot of fun. But I haven't been able to make it to her streams in a little while. Posuban? Was it Posuban? It was probably Posuban. I am kind of surprised. Yeah, it's definitely one of the more original redeems that I've seen. Most of my redeems are, I think, shameless rips. I mean, honestly, it came from people asking you to step on them, and you had to oblige. That's fair. I suppose as a bunny, your feet are your greatest weapons. That makes sense. Stomp when angry. Stomp as a reward. Just stomp. Let me scout around for just a bit. Wait, okay, I think I know where we're going. Oh, wait a minute. Let's actually, I think, probably Hannah? Yeah, we'll probably go with Hannah. Okay. Let's stop the music. Thank you, everybody, for showing up today. I know it was mostly chatting. And then we got the one raid from Crimsy Plays. So this is the raid target for everyone over on the YouTube side of things. If you'd like to follow us over there, either hop into Twitch so that you can come with us on the raid, or just go to that link manually and let me. Where's the raidy button? And then where is that Hannah? That is Hannah. Yeah, we'll be raiding into Hannah. Or maybe not. Can't raid in. Oh, I'm already raiding Hannah. Wait. Wait. Let me cancel that. The interface went a little wonky. Little scared there for a sec. Start raid. There we go. There we go. Whew. Okay. Perfect timing. I'm going to take my dogs out. Thanks for the lovely stories, Tabby. It's my pleasure. Thanks for being here for so long. Same to you, Raven. Thank you, and thank you, Jinx. Thanks for the stream. It's my pleasure. It's a lot of fun to chat and read to you all. Thanks for showing up, and see you again next time. Or see you on Discord. Or on the other side of the raid.